right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. While we wait for the city clerk,
Captain.
I'm nearsighted. We have a presentation by the LA Fire Department.
Everybody make it real quick. Fire Captain Brian Jordan with the LA County Fire Department, proudly serving the city of Inglewood and everyone. My boss today, Battalion Chief Mike Brown. The city of Inglewood was donated over 1,500 to 2,000 smoke detectors for the residents. They're on the fire engines, so as we go on calls and we see people need smoke detectors, we give them to them. A little bit of smoke detector safety. These lovely smoke detectors have 10-year batteries. The way you activate them, once you hook them onto the bracket, you turn it and lock it on, it works. To test it, it's really simple, no battery to put in it. Once you hit the test button, that means it's going to work. And it's going to make a weird noise, and you'll be doing fine with operating smoke detectors. There we go. It also has a hush button. If you push the hush button while you're cooking, it works great. Gets rid of it. It will continue to operate as a smoke detector, but while you're cleaning out the atmosphere and getting the smoke out of the smoke detector, the hush button actually silences the noise part of the smoke detector, but it's always working. You should have a smoke detector in your home. You should have a working smoke detector in your home. You should have a working smoke detector preferably in every bedroom and every hallway. If you want to buy Christmas gifts this year and you haven't been shopping yet, go buy some smoke detectors. Unfortunately, a person passed away a few days ago in Ladera Heights in a home in a fire, and they had no working smoke detectors inside the building. Short and sweet, these smoke detectors are going to be on the fire engines that are serving the city of Inglewood. You can call your local fire station if you need any public fire safety information, and it's also on our website, and I believe you can get to us through the City of Inglewood's website. Fire safety questions?
No, Captain, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Madam City Clerk, could you call the roll?
A quorum is present.
Thank you. That was not necessary. We have a presentation by the Salvation Army honoring the City of Inglewood and community partners. Pastor Christopher Golden, would you come forward? Doesn't look like he's present. Oh, okay. Nearsighted. Welcome, Pastor. The microphone's right there. You pull the mic to you. There you go.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Mr. Mayor and Council, it is a privilege to come before you today and to thank you for your support of the Miracle on Manchester. Miracle on Manchester is our yearly Thanksgiving event in which the community partners come alongside the Salvation Army to meet the needs of Inglewood residents. I'm not good at this, so I'm going to speak from my heart. We were able to serve 1,183 families through the Miracle on Manchester, and this was no easy task to do. The Salvation Army depends on volunteers and community supporters to do what we've been doing in this community since 1923. The Salvation Army, along with countless supporters, and I will just name some of them here, the Inglewood Park Cemetery, the Inglewood Cemetery Mortuary, the Madison Square Garden Group, Faithful Central Bible Church, Republic Services, the Marvin Group, as well as the Lions Club and Rotary. came together to help our own individuals. I would personally like to thank Councilman Franklin for helping us put together the countless volunteers that we had to help ensure that all of our families were met with their need for Thanksgiving. I want to thank the city and city staff for working to identify seniors who were either shut in or would otherwise not have a Thanksgiving, and being able to have the little microbuses come and pick up their items, as well as the social workers through Sabrina Barnes' office and Michelle Jordan. And it is just really a privilege for my wife and I. We're going on our second year being assigned to this community, and it's just an honor for us to partner with the city and to be with the city of Inglewood. We believe that our city is moving forward, and the Salvation Army wants to continue to do what it can to help individuals that are in need. So we have this certificate for you. And it's just a certificate of appreciation to the city of Inglewood, in appreciation of your generosity during our 2012 Thanksgiving efforts. Your partnership with the Salvation Army and all the community partners is truly priceless, and your support has helped us serve 1,183 families. So we want to thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming over here to the wall. We have a presentation by Kaiser Permanente recognizing the city for joining the HEAL campaign.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable city council members, and members of the community. My name is Yesenia Mansour, and I serve as the Director of Public Affairs for Kaiser Permanente's West Los Angeles Medical Center. And I'm here with my colleague, Celia Brugman, who is our Community Benefits Manager. On behalf of Kaiser Permanente, we're here to formally recognize the Inglewood City Council for adopting the Healthy Eating, Active Living initiative as part of Kaiser Permanente's HEAL campaign. HEAL initiatives benefit both the community and also city employees. Programs such as improving playgrounds, developing community gardens, encouraging urban agriculture, establishing a farmer's market, and transit-oriented development all play a part in increasing a healthy living in the community. We applaud you and your residents for taking an active part in reducing the obesity epidemic amongst California's children and adults, which currently costs the state more than $41 billion each year. The HEAL campaign was initiated in 2008 by the League of California Cities and the California Center of Public Health Advocacy with funding from Kaiser Permanente. Our campaign offers workshops, technical assistance, model policies, and a website to support cities like yours that want to get healthier. We're excited to share this with you, and today over 135 cities throughout California have joined this campaign and adopted health initiatives.
And With this certificate, Kaiser Permanente and the Hill Cities campaign are proud to recognize the city of Inglewood as a Hill City that has adopted and implemented policies to address the obesity epidemic. You have made your community a healthier place to live, work, and play by making changes that promote physical activity and enhance access to healthier foods. We want to applaud all of you here today for doing what is needed to promote healthy eating and active living in your community. Please continue the good work. We know that you have a busy agenda and a lot of great plans for this. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any persons wishing to address the City Council on any item on today's agenda, other than closed session or public hearing, may do so at this time.
Mayor, did you want to continue those two items now?
No, they can talk. If we continue the meeting.
Okay, you'll do it
they can
then.
still speak. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I see you have a lot of things on the agenda for Public Works, and I notice one of them is rejecting a bid. I think that Public Works and every department in the city are working at a disadvantage, because when you guys go out for bid, the only people that bid are the ones that could wait 60 or 90 days to get paid because of our present financial problems. So we can probably solve everything by just getting recapitalized. We can probably save 10 to 20% on all our purchases. If you add up, the people, if you want people in Inglewood to bid on things, you have to pay them right away because they're usually small businesses that can't wait, with receivables. So I would think that your purchasing would come down anywhere from 10 to 20%. And if you look at how much you purchase a year, that's a number. Now, where we're going to get this money to recapitalize? I would go to different departments, maybe outsource things that are not profitable, maybe things that will generate some upfront money that will get us out of the financial problems we have, because once we're out of the financial problems, we get better prices on everything, and then the ball just starts rolling. One other thing, on the motorhomes, I think that's an excellent idea. Control your parking. Right now, I'm working with the police to try to control the parking at the car malls. What we're doing is we're dealing with big trucks parked everywhere, because it used to be M1, now it's retail. So if you can control the motorhomes. Make sure you want them somewhere. You should have a motorhome lot, somewhere where people could rent to get the stuff off the street. And the police are really helping me. I'm all for our new chief. He was out himself, and we walked over to the guy that had all the trucks there, and he's taking a personal interest. And I never had this type of service. I call, he comes out. So I don't know if he does it just for me, but I think he does it for everybody. You should all try it. It's a new way of doing business.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Derek Steele from the Social Justice Learning Institute, where we're working to improve the health, education, and well-being of youth and community of color. I wanted to speak in congratulations of the Inglewood becoming a Hill City and being recognized, because there is a lot of good work that's happening here in the city. Speaking particularly to a lot that the city council members have been working to do. Mr. Ralph Franklin is, in his district, the Empowerment Community Garden that's there. He was a huge supporter in helping that actually be put into the ground. Actually, the fruit tree distribution that we've done for 3 years. In the past, we've given away 1,640 fruit trees over at Morningside High School, and we actually are giving away 2,000 fruit trees this year, working to help community members empower themselves by growing their own produce to end food insecurity. Councilman Michael Stevens actually having a community garden at Queen Park as well, being a supporter of that work. So there's so much work that has been happening, and a lot of things that are rolling, and there's so much more to do. And I just wanted to say congratulations for the work that we've done so far. And as an organization, we are totally open to working more with the council members, as well as Public Works and the Park and Recreation Department, who has been doing a tremendous job at our parks. I just wanted to just say congratulations, and let's continue to keep the work going.
Thank you.
Michael Benbow, 1st District, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'm here to support the approval of DR2. And that's a very important measure there. And I think that in looking forward in Inglewood City and how we're developing and what we need to do for the future, that the DR2 program there is something that we need to do right now. And I just wish it had been adopted maybe a year and a half ago. We'd be swimming in dough. But we need to adopt this to give us more working capital in our general fund. This will, of course, reinforce what we're trying to do in the city. And looking at the scales that they presented in this presentation, City of Los Angeles and Culver City and Redondo Beach all have adopted this measure, and they are all trying to produce and be very productive in the future, which is what we're trying to do. So we need to stay ahead of our game and to look into this and adapt it as soon as we possibly can. Thank you very much.
My name is Willie A.G., and I live in the beautiful city of Inglewood. I stand in support of consent calendar number 6. First, I want to congratulate the Kaiser Foundation for, what they're doing for this Be Well program. I'm chairman of Park and Recreation, and I see at Darby Park, especially what that program has done for the senior citizens up there. I tell you, they don't look like seniors anymore. They look like teenagers, jumping around over there. I went over one day and one wanted to throw me out. What are you doing in here? But I appreciate what Kaiser's done for this city, I tell you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, council. My name is Wilma Sharp. I am a returning resident of Inglewood. excuse me, I am here. I kind of I'm hurt, and I got a complaint towards the police department, in which a few months ago.
Ma'am, is this on an agenda item?
I'm sorry, and I've asked everybody,
that's
how
okay.
do I get this on the agenda?
No problem. What I'm saying is what you can do is, there's another part of public comment.
Okay, that's what I've been asked.
Okay, that's okay. So just have a seat for now,
Mhm.
and then you can speak later in the meeting.
Wonderful.
All right, thank
I'll
you.
be happy to sit down and
No.
wait.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else with the agenda item comments?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Larry Springs. I live in the 1st District, and I'm talking about the item on the agenda, DR2, Finance. The staff report recommending the adoption of a resolution ordering the submission to the qualified electors of the City of Inglewood general election that's scheduled for April 2nd, a measure to increase the taxes, the transfer taxes that are 55 cents to $4, and that's 55 cents per thousand to $4 per thousand. Now, I understand that we need to generate some funds, but I think that what we're doing is we're asking the homeowners to take some of the funds when they sell their properties to help the city. Now, I have some statistics that I think that you should look at that you might want to reduce that $4 to another dollar amount. Now, the city of Culver City actually increased their revenue stamp tax. Now, their population in Culver City is 38,883. Their median income is $71,000. That's their median income. Their median house value is $518,000. Compared to Inglewood, where we have 109,000 people, our median income is $44,000, and our median value on our properties are $351. They raised their taxes to $4.50, and we want to raise ours to $4 per thousand. The only other city that raised their revenue stamp tax is the city of Redondo Beach. The city of Redondo Beach has a total of 67,233 people. Their median income is $95,000, and their median value on their properties are $732,000. So if you can see the difference in what the values of the city of Inglewood compared to the other cities, there's only 2 cities that are listed to increase their revenue stamp tax. Inglewood is one of them, Culver City, and of course, Redondo Beach. The other cities have not increased their revenue stamp tax. I urge you to go back, take a look at the numbers again to see if you can kind of lower that, because you're asking the average family who's only earning $44,000 to pay the $4 per thousand. So you need to do the numbers, Mr. Mayor and City Council, and kind of look at it. I understand that we do need to increase our taxes, and I do know we need some revenue, but I think that we should look some other places to get the funds and not tax the homeowner, because the homeowner right now is overtaxed. Thank you.
Mr. Springs, you know this only occurs upon the sale or transfer of property.
That is correct.
Okay,
It's on the sale.
Just want to make sure you understood that.
I do understand that.
Thank you.
My name is Betty Lee, and my concern is DR3. I'm concerned about the mobile homes that are parked in the residential areas. I have one that has been parked in next door to me for about 4 years now. I've been trying to get a new ordinance since Danny Tabor was in office. The problem with the mobile home is that it's a big obstruction, and when exiting my driveway, it's a blind spot for me. The mobile home is 22 feet. I know the ordinance was saying 23 feet. It weighs like 11,000 pounds, and the height is 10 feet. I've had like almost 2 accidents from exiting my driveway. Mobile homes in the area, they bring down the property value, and they are a big safety hazard. And I want to know what's more important, him parking on the street or my safety.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'm Ted Brass. I'm a proud resident of Council District 2. I am as well addressing DR2 with reference to the property transfer tax. I feel certainly that we need to do some things to increase some revenue for the city, but I would like to encourage you to please look closely at this. We are just beginning to see some recovery in our real estate market slightly, and we're certainly looking at that in the industry as a real estate professional with reservations, and certainly we're holding our breath because we don't know where this is going to go. I think that we need to make sure that we do not do something that will hamper, hinder, or affect negatively our real estate market. There are folks that have been waiting to sell their homes, looking to do some things prior to. That's going to add an additional burden. $4 would mean that on a property that sells for $300,000, 3, 4, 2 times 4 is 12, that's going to be $1,200 that we're looking at roughly on an additional burden to the home seller. I just did a quick math on that, but just a rough number. But that's the home seller on the sale or transfer, which as well tend to affect people when they are selling their property, their net bottom line that they're looking at. We have quite a few people in the city of Inglewood that are nearing that retiring age, and certainly want to make sure that the tax advantages are there and that they as well will have those funds to move into retirement. And for those that are selling with very little equity, it truly affects their bottom line. So I'd like to encourage you to really look carefully at that. Yes, I see that we need to raise revenue, and yes, I'm in favor of a small an increase, but doing $4 I think is really going to stifle our real estate market in the city of Inglewood, and we certainly want to encourage people have to sell in order for there to be buyers to come in. So we want to continue to have that market prosper and to bring more residents into the city of Inglewood. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I too rise concerned about DR2, the property tax. Like my colleagues here, I know full well, after being in the industry 32 years, I know that the city is looking around for money, but I assure you that there are members sitting here in the community of real estate that can probably come up with some better ideas for doing what you're doing. This might seem like a simple, easy grab because everybody else is doing it too, so to speak. But I think that, number one, in just the wording that I see here, it definitely bears review because it says that it's the new property owner that bears this expense, and that's just not true. It is customary in this industry that the seller bears this expense. On top of everything else, that's a burden. So right here where it says the obligation goes to the new buyer, that's just not true. And that raises concerns to me that somebody's not understanding what this real impact is. I would, for example, like to see some studies as to where this $1.1 million came from projection, because somebody's sitting here saying that they can project what the sales are going to be in this city among homeowners. Like I said, I can think of a few other ways and other entities that may be able to be taxed, but this is definitely not one that I support. I urge you to take another look at this thing. We can put some heads together with some real estate professionals who I'm sure would be able to help you out. One other is I looked at the projected shortfalls and that you're talking about for 2014, 15, and 16. And I'm wondering now, well, just how are you planning for this tax here to play into that? You know, if you're just offset and say, well, that might be another $1 million, if we're looking for 4 and 3, I want to see something more concrete, some more vision and stuff down there. This is just too quick a grab, and I urge you to take another look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, Kevin Smith, 1st District, been here since 1976 or something like that. Bye.
Thank you.
Gil Matthew, District 4, Mayor and City Council. DR2 is obscene, excessive, and ridiculous. It's something that you should be ashamed to even bring something like that on the agenda. Anyway, I'm going to speak on payment of bills. Now, we have a new chief financial officer, and nothing has changed. Where is the policy of payment of the bills? You don't have one, no written policy. I'm checking the payment of the bills. You allowing payment of the bills. Now here you have Home Depot, a ladder, a 6-foot or 8-foot ladder, $376.75. Down from that, 2 days later, you have that same ladder for $76. Something is wrong. Who is responsible for this? And then Ms. McAllister came to you with money that you owe for 15 years. You should be ashamed that something comes up like that and nobody refunds her money. A good faith deposit on a project she built on 104th and Crenshaw, condos. One of the best projects in this city, second to none on quality. But yet and still, this is a resident that you disrespected. And on payment of bills also, you have $360 million obligations on the ROPS, total obligation outstanding. Then you have $750 million. I repeat, $750 million from the income, moderate income, low income housing fund. Where's the money? And then we in debt all the way to 2036. I don't know if you guys get the information or you don't understand it when you get it. This city is bankrupt on paper. 131, 2013, payment schedule, $15,825,000. And yet you won't meet, you're mute, you won't talk, and then you're going to go to the state and say, oh, Lord, please save us. This is not the city that I grew up in.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew.
And thank you, and find the money.
Thank you, sir.
And tell the people.
I'm interested in, I come before you for PH1 Community Development Block Grant. I would like to hear more about it.
Sir, that's a public hearing. You get to speak on that later.
I apologize, sir, for
no problem.
not being aware of that. Second issue that would be of my interest is to hear more about the Parks and Recreation Library Services. Is this where I can talk about this?
Which item is that, sir?
It says number 6.
Yes, you can. You can talk about that right now.
Well, I think it is rather important that the mayor would sign a contract or an agreement with Kaiser Foundation Hospitals for benefits and charitable contributions for this sort of project. And I concur with with the previous member of the city who spoke about paying bills. I met with Councilman Stevens last week, and he asked me to be interested in doing some, participating in volunteering. And I said to him, well, I would be very interested. So this is a project that I would be interested, but only one condition: if paying bills would entail projecting, setting up a commission that would be able to supervise the budgets of this city, and would include me, Sardano, and the previous citizen of this city who have very concerned and expressed doubts as to how this city is managing the affairs of the people of Inglewood. So on that condition, I would be most interested in volunteering if we can set up straight as to our finances. That was my condition that I would be interested to consider strongly as part of as a member of, and citizen and resident of Inglewood for more than 3 generations.
Mr. Fisher?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Roy Fisher, the 1st District. You know, I was looking at this DR2 and appreciate Mr. Springs bringing it to my attention. You know, we in the city are taxed to the hilt for everything. We pay more taxes in this city with regard to anything that we buy than any other city in this state. This idea of coming up with another $4 that we have to give up to you is simply another tax. You know, I don't agree with it, you know, and I suggest that you them get rid of it. Like some of it suggests, maybe come with a smaller amount, but you tax us, you know. Tax us on this water thing, you know. You increased people's water bill. You know, you do this lousy thing, you know, and it's really unfair to the residents of this city. So, you know, I would hope that, you know, those of you who are running for office would look at this very closely and not bring up on another tax to residents of this city. You know, this thing with these recreational vans, seems to me that you them ought to sit down and really think things out before you piecemeal it. Last year or so, you went to people with these vans and you had proposals that they could keep their vans, their motorhomes, or you know, in the backs of their properties, and you know, and you didn't come with all this different lengths and stuff, and now you come back with this other thing for these people to have to deal with. It would be my hope that, you know, you would at least bring this to the attention of the people who have motorhomes, and at least maybe give them an opportunity to come in here and speak on it rather than acting on it this evening, because, like I say, you've been handling this stuff, and it ought not be that way for the people that have these motorhomes and stuff. With regard to this 5, evidently these parking people that are on the 6th floor here have some other cities that they're going to be working with, I guess, the way this is written, to get monies for their citations. I'm just wondering if, while you're taxing us so much, if you're going to be increasing the payments that they make. It's some $80,000, I think, that you were giving them to have rent that 6th floor or whatever. So, you know, while you're taxing us, you know, look to some other areas. Don't tax the people of this city anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Good evening, council members. My name is Diane Sembrano, and I have several of issues, many of which have already been articulated. DR2 is just plain crazy. Why would you go from 0.55 cents per, or 50 per thousand, to $4 per thousand? And I think that it's not even incremental. It's just, whoa. Anyone want to do the math? Half versus 4? Fairly significant. And I guess the fun thing is, when we draw on cities to compare, I thought it was pretty fascinating that you choose the cities that you do. And Redondo Beach, everybody knows the mansions right along the ocean usually go to people who have lots of bucks. And they're still only charging $330, not $510. Wow. But you know what? You put it on the ballot, and kind of like your salary and that utility users tax and all those other little incremental things, I'm sure we, the public, will pay a small fortune to have a unbiased presentation that will tell us that for the sake of the children and for our police department, we need those bucks, right? That's what you always say. In the meantime, you still keep on taking your salaries and keep on increasing your salaries and other salaries, and we're stuck with the pension obligations and all that other cool stuff. But never mind, isn't there another item where, oh, there it is, item number 4. I love that. Staff report recommending approval of an increase of $1 on any applicant for a local business license or equivalent instrument of permit or renewal. Again, residents keep on paying more. And wait a minute, didn't you just tell Madison Square Gardens they could have a whole lot of our property and they could get the $18 million? And wait a minute, we gave Madison Square Gardens $18 million. Yeah, I know after 30 years we might break even. But you didn't want to offer more than $500,000. So do the math there again, 18 half, that's 36 times, to save our nationally registered historic site. There's only one of those. And you wouldn't cough up the cash for that at $500,000 when they only offered you could have had it for $250,000. But didn't do that. But you gave Madison Square Gardens, let me see, I think they said they were really good going economic da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Why do we have to give them that money? So that we can then pay an extra $1 here, an extra $3 there. And yeah, I know it's the person who's purchasing. But guess what? That means that our price goes down so that they have enough to meet that. Kind of like we pay extra for the cars. Oh, did I forget? We pay extra for our sales tax too. And our utility tax.
Thank you, Mr.
My goodness, do I hear a pattern here? I sure as lightning do.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Closed public comment. Item 1, CSA 3 and H1.
Warrant register.
Move allow payment of the bills.
Second.
Councilmember Stevens.
Mayor,
Yes.
there was one
Oh, go
warrant
ahead.
register that we wanted to pull.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear about that ladder.
The latter, we need more details on that. I was trying to look for it in here and I couldn't find it. So if you can tell me what which item that
Mr.
is.
Mathau, did you have a warrant register number for that ladder? Could you, I hate to bring you back up, but maybe you could give us that number?
But Mayor, while he's coming up, I did want to pull one item from the warrant register for consideration later.
Okay.
And that's item 528457.
All right, the
That's
clerk's
to waste management.
Clerk's noted it. That warrant register number, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mathau, on that ladder?
And page number?
Okay, why is it being pulled? 528.
After discussing with the city attorney, we believe that it might be better if we discuss that with you in closed session.
All right. Okay, what was the warrant register number?
It's an old warrant. It's an old warrant.
Is it in this? It's not in this?
It's not
Okay.
in this.
All right. So, Madam City Clerk?
So we're pulling 528457 for waste management, and we're moving forward with the roll call?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
No.
Morales. I'm sorry. Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. P1?
Neighborhood Stabilization Program lottery for the sale of 4 homes.
Ms. Thigpen?
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This evening, the city has reached another milestone in the long journey of our neighborhood stabilization program. The city of Inglewood purchased, through a grant from the state of California, Department of Housing and Community Development, 4 homes under the Federal Neighborhood Stabilization Program through U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The city purchased those homes, 3 in the city of Inglewood, one in the city of Hawthorne, as the city had served as the lead agency for the joint grant application. The homes were then rehabilitated. We are still working on getting the landscaping completed on the homes. But tonight we've reached a milestone where we have solicited potential first-time home buyers for the homes, which means that an individual household could not have owned property in the last 3 years, and have met the criteria as required by the Neighborhood Stabilization Program regulations. So this evening, we have 14 individuals or households that met the qualifications, and of the 14 throughout the 4 homes, we have 2 that qualified and made offers on 2 homes, and for each of the 4 homes, we have more than 1 person that qualified. As a result, and in accordance with the home buyer guidelines that the City Council approved in April of 2011, we're conducting this evening a lottery in order to be able to determine who would be able to follow through with the purchase of the homes and enter into escrow. We're asking that the mayor provide assistance for us. I'd like to explain, if I may, to the audience, that's okay, how we did this, and then we can progress from there. Very quickly. Staff reviewed all the applications for participation in the NSP program, Home Buyer Assistance Program, for adherence to the eligibility criteria. Number 1, applicants must be a first-time home buyer, meaning not having owned the property in the last 3 years. Number 2, the household income cannot exceed 120% of the area median income limits for the program. Number 3, applicants must receive 8 hours of homebuyer education from a HUD-accredited agency. And number 4, all of the applicants must be pre-approved for a first trust deed mortgage of at least $200,000. The city's real estate brokers have provided the assistance with staff in preparing the required real estate sales offers for each home, and those who meet all of the requirements and have submitted their offers to purchase specific property addresses have been assigned a numeric certificate of eligibility, of which they have received. From those numeric certificates of eligibility, staff has then taken the certificate number, identified it on a piece of paper, stuck that in a security envelope, and stuck those secure sealed envelopes in a manila envelope that has again been sealed for each property address. What I'd like is for my staff to come forward, and Mayor, we'd like for you to assist us by pulling them. We're going to do it by house. So the first property we're pulling for, yes. First property we're pulling for, Mr. Mayor, is Inglewood Avenue. I'd like for you, this envelope has been sealed, signed. Inside this envelope are the envelopes for those who had submitted offers and qualified to enter into escrow to purchase the home, if you notice on the screen, at 926 South Inglewood Avenue. The mayor's going to open that envelope. There are envelopes inside with each certificate of eligibility number. He will put those in the basket, shift them around. Then at his discretion, he will pull the first certificate of eligibility, open the envelope, and that will determine who has the first dibs of escrow on that property. He will then pull a second envelope, and that person will be an alternate in case the first individual is unable to complete escrow. This envelope is empty.
Okay, the Inglewood NSP lottery number is C as in Charles, O as in Ocean, E as in Edward, 1004. And it looks like there's a name on here that says actor.
Yes. For Inglewood Avenue, Israt Actor, 1004. Please come up. Ms. Actor. She's been following us since day one. Congratulations. Our brokers will then they have your offer. We will be proceeding and processing for escrow. And Mr. Mayor, you can actually give her her winning number. We've got it recorded. Mr. Mayor, excuse me. We'd like for you then to please pull one more. This would be the alternate for 926 South Inglewood Avenue.
C as in Charles, O as in Ocean, E as in Edward, 1003, Rios Jr.
Javier Rios. I understand Mr. Rios was not able to make it this evening. He is our alternate for Inglewood Avenue. Thank you. Staff, if you will pull the next address. And that address is?
8708 Edmonton Place.
Edmonton Place and Carlton Square. There are, need him open that.
There are 2 envelopes. So there's a good chance on
There should be 3.
Uh-oh.
There should be 3.
Oh, there are 3.
There's 3. It's empty.
Okay. C as in Charles, O as in Ocean, E as in Edward, 1009. Yes.
Benjamin Omaruyi. Benjamin Omaruyi. And congratulations. Yay! We were excited for you. Great. And we're going to pull an alternate for Edmonton Place.
That's cool.
We're going to pull an alternate for. We're going to pull an alternate for Edmonton Place. Oh, real quick point, Mr. Omaruyi. One quick point, Mr. Omaruyi. You also had put in an offer for Lamoli. You are now no longer eligible. No problem.
Mr. Omaruyi not come through. It's Charles Ocean Edward, 1013 Kennedy.
Susie Kennedy. Susie Kennedy was not able to make it this evening, so we. Give that to staff. And the next property, staff, you could give him the envelope, please. And that is for
14052 Lamoli Way.
Lamoli Way in Hawthorne. In the event we pull Mr. Omaruyi's number again, we will discard it and go to the next one, which will then be number 1.
Is that Lamoli Way or Lamoli Avenue?
That is Lamoli Way, excuse me.
Lamoli Way.
Sorry. In Hawthorne.
Okay, it's Avenue in the book, that's fine.
Okay. One again.
Buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah, right.
I think we're sort of dead.
Right.
C-O-E Wilson.
Lisa Wilson. And she got that beautiful baby. Oh, Merry Christmas. And if you would pull a second for Lamoli.
Okay, we got one more. Okay. Oh. We're not going to the party? They act like they're free. Where you at? They have three more names. Please. They have another problem.
1002 Johnson.
That it, Tanisha Johnson? Ms. Johnson, I know was, there she is. Come in, you're the alternate. She is the alternate in case. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Wonderful. Here again, if Ms. Wilson is unable to complete escrow, Ms. Johnson is the alternate who would then enter into escrow. And our final property, staff, if you can give Mr. Staff, give the mayor, please, the envelope for our final property. Would we, winners, please stay. The council members would all like to take pictures with everyone. If you could return, thank you.
He's right there.
Thank you very much. That property, 2314 West 111th Street. There should be 5. There are 5.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. That's a nice one. A lot of improved amenities. No, she got the one in the hall as an alternate. This is going for 325.
And the winner is C. Charles Ocean Edward, 1005 Quadri.
Hakeem Quadri. Hakeem Quadri. Oh, okay.
So they have to be pre-approved for this value. There was very there was house. One was 5'8". Pre-approved.
Okay, don't go anywhere. And Mayor, if you can pull the alternate for 2314 West 111th Street.
Down below, please. And think I'm going to put down these 20%. 50,000.
Okay, I don't know what's going on here.
What?
Charles Ocean Edward, 1007 Dunlap.
Oh, Nicole Dunlap. Oh, she's been with us through the whole process and very patient. I'm going to assume no relation, but hey, it's a lucky last name. Congratulations. If all of the winners and alternates could join the council on the dais, we'd like to take a picture.
Great job. Great job.
Is that a fire? Well, we get together. Hi.
Yeah. Oh, no,
All right, let's go.
Recess right now. 2012. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
A quorum is present.
To the TV audience, during last night's council meeting, there was a fire alarm which caused the council chambers to be evacuated. As a result, I continued last night's meeting until today, December 19th, 2012. At this time, I'm going to recess this meeting and in 2 minutes call to order a special meeting scheduled for 1 p.m. The meeting scheduled for December 18th will reconvene immediately following the special meeting. So we're going to take a 2-minute pause. The special meeting for December 19th at 1 p.m.
Before you do that, a quorum is present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I guess we're at a special meeting. We'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Doesn't have that on there.
Right hand over your heart. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So please come forward. Any comments on this special meeting? Oh. Okay, no comments. We'll close public comment. That's item. DR1.
It's a staff report recommending approval of employee labor organization contracts with Service Employee International Union, Local 721. Inglewood Management Employees Organization, IMEO, Inglewood Police Civilian Management Association, IPCMA, and Inglewood Executive Organization, IEO.
Move to adopt items 1 through 4.
Second.
No, I want to report, staff report, on each particular item before us.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is Michael Falco. I'm the Assistant City Manager, and one of the departments that I oversee is the Human Resources Department. Part of my duties are to engage in the labor negotiations with our Chief Negotiator, Jack Hoffman, who's a consultant to the city, assists us with our annual, or in some cases, biannual labor negotiations. The item before you this afternoon is a request to adopt 4 resolutions, one for each of these 4 civilian labor groups. That would be SEIU, representing the general employees, IMEO, representing the management and professional employees, IPCMA, which is the Inglewood Police Civilian Management Association, representing the police civilian management employees, and the IEO, which is the Inglewood Executive Organization. I'll note that the 2 police organizations, the sworn IPOA, Inglewood Police Officer Association, and the Inglewood Police Management Association, did not require a resolution to adopt because their agreements from 2 years ago had a 1-year extension provision that both groups have signed and executed. So as a result, the 4 MOUs before you today are a request to extend the existing furlough of 10% reduction, which is the same 10% reduction that has been in effect for what will be the past 2 years. All of the benefit structure and all of the 2-tier system as far as retirement and medical plans and retiree medical that were included in the 2010 MOUs still stands. There is no change to those. After approximately 40 labor negotiation sessions with the 4 groups I mentioned, agreement was reached to extend the furlough and 10% reduction for an additional 26 pay periods or 1 year through and including the pay period of December 20th, 2013. The groups also agreed to, including the 2 police groups, to create a joint labor management study committee, which would allow us to bring back recommendations to the council regarding retired employee medical, new and active fund, unfunded liability issues, CalPERS, employer and employee unfunded liability issues, accumulated vacation and sick leave, unfunded liability issues, all of which currently plague the city, as those unfunded liabilities are dramatic. As you will recall, in the September 18th, 2012 meeting, the budget presentation, I annotated those for you and the public as issues that are of dramatic concern. The labor groups recognize that and are willing to engage in dutiful conversation to come to a hopeful recommendation that we would bring to the council on or before July 1st of 2013. In addition, as most know, the state legislature passed PEPRA, which is the Public Employee Pension Reform Act of 2000. All of the provisions set forth in PEPRA are also included in the 4 MOUs as prescribed by law. Finally, in the IEO agreement, which is the executive group, there is inclusive a change to the way the 10% reduction was calculated. There was a significant concern amongst other bargaining groups that the executives were in some way not participating in the 10% reduction. And in order to make it crystal clear and to avoid any continued issue with the way it was calculated, the executive group has 10% of their pay deducted in a post-tax deduction from each pay period instead of the 90%, receiving 90% of their original pay. And this was done in order to be compliant with the Federal Labor Standards Act. This change did, however, bring to light a miscalculation in favor of the city and to the detriment of the IEO unit employees. And as such, a one-time payment to a deferred comp plan to correct that is recommended that it be made. The approximate amount is $20,000, and that amount will be absorbed in the current budget with no additional impact as part of the salary line item. I'm happy to answer any further questions related to each of the 4 MOUs.
Councilman Stevens?
I'm going to pass it this time, Mr. Mayor.
That's what we've done left.
I seek recognition.
Madam City Clerk?
Oh, wait a minute.
Council
I do have
members.
one comment. Let me take it. All the bargaining units, Mr. Falco, have agreed to continue the furlough of 10%?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this council doesn't seem interested in having all employees of this city take a 10% furlough, but this member of this body does. And I'm not going to be voting for these agreements. I'm going to abstain from the vote. I recognize the hard work that you put into it, Mr. Hoffman, and the many, many, many hours of negotiations have taken place, not only on your side, obviously the unions, all of their participation. But we have a city manager who I believe should be setting an example for this city. All the electeds take a furlough. He has refused to take a furlough. It was never a part of his original contract with the city, never. And so I'm going to abstain, and I think it shows a lack of leadership that he continues to fail to do his part with a 10% furlough. I don't see anyone to even argue that point. It's unfair and it's unjust, and it doesn't set a good example for the 600 employees, 600 plus employees of this city, that he sits in the role of city manager, leadership position, but fails to take a 10% furlough.
Thank you.
Okay. Permission, you recognize, Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Stevens?
Thank you. Mr. Falco.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple quick questions. Are all we have 3 different bargaining groups are for? Which is
We have 6 bargaining groups in total, 4 of which are before you that are civilian bargaining groups. The 2 police groups already have a 1-year extension built in.
Are they aware of each other's agreements with the city?
The agreements are public. They become public if there's any changes to the agreements when the new agreements are adopted. I could easily speculate that the groups talk to each other because during our bargaining sessions, we find out that one group knows what the other group would have talked about.
But that's speculation. At this
Yes.
point in time, they do not know what each other has basically negotiated for, right?
If there's anything different, that would be correct.
Okay, you know, I would have to agree with my colleague that Mr. Fields, your value to the city, your pay is approximately, you're over $225,000, is it, sir?
240.
240, plus benefits and other items. And it seems to me also that when we're talking about, in this type of economy, someone that's making over $100,000, it seems to me that when you're making over 200, to not be willing to abide by what was actually an agreement. Wasn't it in an agreement, Mr. Falco, that all personnel, executive personnel, would have to participate in the furloughs?
The executive MOU, much like all of the MOUs, required a 10% reduction in pay, but the city manager is not part of the executive group. He is not covered under the executive MOU. He is a contract employee.
But the elected officials, we all participate in the 10% reduction, correct?
That was a voluntary request that was made in order to get, in 2010, all of the groups to agree to a 10% reduction. They requested that the elected officials also participate, and all of the elected officials at that time voluntarily, and have done so since, been providing the 10%. But there can be no contract, as I understand it from the city attorney. There can be no contractual requirement that the elected officials reduce their pay. So it was a voluntary 10% contribution done exactly the same way now as the IEO group, where it's a 10% reduction, a 10% voluntary contribution to the public debt.
And then finally, I'd just like to ask you this question. Is there any law that would have prevented all groups knowing what the others were all negotiating for? Is there some reason why they're kept separate?
Yes, in collective bargaining, each group represents their own interests. So if you have a management group, for example, they would not necessarily be in negotiations at the exact same time and in the same room with potential people that they would supervise, especially when there's certain clauses in one contract that might provide management rights and things like that. So in a collective bargaining environment, you would not mix them unless you have a joint study committee where everyone is discussing a common issue, for example, the retiree medical or an unfunded liability or something like that. But there's no rule or law that prevents, for example, like a closed session. There's nothing like that. So members of one group can freely speak to members of another group, and they do that. As a matter of fact, 2 groups have the exact same chief negotiator, so clearly that negotiator would share with both groups what they've talked about.
Well, my only concern is, as I've stated before, but the confusing part to me is that, though this is my first time seeing this document here, we've discussed it though in executive session, is that when you, well, this is all going to be made public if we approve it, correct?
It is public now, yes,
so
sir.
Then whatever one group received, they're all going to know, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, and my concern is that if you give to one group something, what is off limits for me to discuss this? That's what I'm about to say?
No, but perhaps I could answer your question for you. I think I understand. If one group were to negotiate a particular term or benefit or something, then the other and another group not know about it until such time as it's adopted by the council, because somehow it was not shared, then what would happen is the other group would then read it when the document becomes public and adopted by the council, and they would see it. But I can tell you that
But more important than that, if one group was to receive something that perhaps could become a financial liability for the city later on, you say, that is a concern that I have to also. So,
and Mr. Stevens, I would point out that the the group, the documents, there are no terms in any of the MOUs that are different than they were prior, with exception of what I read. In other words, the documents, and perhaps if I may, Mayor, I would point to the last two exhibits of IEO. Perhaps I can anticipate your question. There are two appendices, Appendix 6 and Appendix 7, which are actually the last 2 pages of your document. And that is in regard to a component of the existing MOU describing the conversion of accrued leave time that the executive group negotiated and was adopted as part of the 2010 MOU back in December of 2010. There was a problem with the way in which that mechanism was to be implemented, and as a result, the group and the city have agreed to meet and confer and discuss it and bring something back, a recommendation, by March 31st of 2013. And then to the next page, which is in regard to the elimination of retiree medical, the city and IEO agreed to meet and confer to develop an alternative solution for the nation and bring back a recommendation by March 31st of 2013.
Okay. Time. Councilman Morales.
Thank you. Couple things. First of all, thank you guys for all the work you guys put in. I mean, it hasn't happened overnight. And while you know, there is no perfect negotiation, we seem to be in a place where we can move the city forward in the hopes that our opportunities improve for the employees. I want to take the time to thank the employees for really being team players in this and knowing that we're doing all we can on our end, not only to ensure that we're doing all we can to move the city forward, but also to ensure that everybody's on board. And in that note, I want to make sure that everybody knows that Mr. Fields is also on board. It's important that the guy at the top does form an example for the employees. You know, I know that it does. The reason that it's probably structured in a way that it's not visible is because I believe it was during the hire negotiation where that cut took place. So Mr. Fields did come in at a lower rate than was previously negotiated. He made that cut. And the reason I say that is because, and Cal, you stop me if we could talk about that as a done deal, right? Yeah. The situation is that it's important that the employees understand that the guy at the top is making those concessions. He knows he is. We know he is. You know, it could be misinterpreted just basically because he came in at that higher level. But the truth is that when the 10% cut happened, Mr. Weinberg was at the city manager level. He came in at a pay rate of a certain amount of money a month, and when he came in, he's the one who helped to try to really address some of the financial issues. This was one of the items he brought forth, aside from a ton of other items. When we voted the 10% down for ourselves as the city manager, at that time he took 10% himself, which is Mark Weinberg, and so that is visible on paper. But at that same time, when we were doing the recruitment for city manager and the city manager came in, there was a negotiation that took place where the conversation included that all the employees had taken a 10% cut, that the council had taken a 10% cut, and he would be expected to take a 10% cut, and he did. Now, it could be, you know, looked at in a variety of different ways, but that's how it happened. And if it's different, Mr. Fields, as a matter of fact, Mr. Fields, you address it. Please either confirm or tell me that I'm wrong.
No, you're correct.
Okay. And so that's what we're all pretty much aware of. I mean, you know, that's what I'm aware of. So I just wanted to clarify because I think it's important that the employees know that. And if anybody else knows different, you know, you can say that. Thank you.
Councilman Franklin.
Well, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I think this is a win-win in the negotiations, both for the employees, unions that represented them, their leaders, and the hello? Can you hear me now? Okay. It's a win-win for both the employees, the union representatives that represented those employees, and our management team that negotiated. That's why it's called meet and confer. When you have a bargaining unit, representatives that speak what is in their best interest, management has to also weigh what is lucrative and doable for a city to function and operate. So in any negotiations, and I've been in several myself, that there are give and takes. And these give and takes vary depending on what bargaining unit you're with, because they have specific preferences of what they want to accomplish, not only in economic benefits, but language that goes into the contracts as well. So this is nothing different than what you're bringing before us, where some contracts may have a benefit that other unions may be envious of but wasn't negotiated in, and as a consequence it's something that can be revisited subsequently at the next negotiations. And also when you do negotiations, it's with the anticipation that the management, in this case you the taxpayer, is allowing us to have the revenue that we need to be able to make those things happen. And if it doesn't, trust me, that city manager will be reaching out to those union representatives and say we need to go back to the table. In lieu of, and I think what should be stressed, and it wasn't stressed in this session, but all 6 bargaining units did a significant concession with the anticipation that we wouldn't have layoffs. And I think it's critical that you as the taxpayer keep saying that I pay all these tax dollars, I should have the service provided to us. And so we as a body has listened to you, and we bought into that, and they have pledged to continue to provide you the service that you become accustomed to receive. As well as we as this body is coming up with new revenue streams on how we can continue to be able to maintain what we currently have and improve. That's why it's critical that this council as a whole gets on board to identify that if we're going to bring in new revenue, we got to bring in new opportunities. And so the Madison Square Garden project is going to come in. The Hollywood Park development is going to come in. It's critical that we do that, along with the same line that you have streets that you can drive on without going through landmines or craters that we're working to improve as well. And in this budget, we've talked about making sure that Century Boulevard is one of our projects. We've talked about Van Ness being identified from Century to Imperial Highway. Imperial Highway is another plan that's being evaluated that will ultimately in 2014 will be paved. And there's other streets that we have in mind. And so it's all this agreement. And again, I have always said that this council and the management staff you see here is only good as the employees and you as the taxpayers that continue to motivate us to stay focused on what is best interest for the community and not for us individuals. So regardless of what some people may say when they come to that podium, is what really is happening by those that get out and vote and identify that this is a beautiful city, and you make it beautiful when you're part of the positive aspects of the city. And I encourage everyone at this Yuletide season that we continue to buy into that, and let's bring in the new year in that same vein. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. You know, I want to go first to the issue of Mr. Fields' compensation. I know for a fact that when he was hired, we looked at comparable cities of size and complexity and what those city managers were paid. In Santa Monica, the city manager makes over $300,000 a year. Redondo Beach, somewhere I think around $270,000. And all these things were taken into consideration when we set Mr. Fields' pay. I know that for a fact that it was considered that we were going to pay him somewhere lower than that to account for the differential, and that's just the market. We were hiring a new city manager. So to have him come in now when his pay was already suppressed in accordance with the market and take another 10 after it was negotiated that way, that would be unfair. I want to thank Mr. Falco. I want to thank the union representatives for again sacrificing another 10% in pay to help the city get where it's going to go. But I want to say this, that you deserve the services, so we need the employees. But the reality is that the economy is not going to come back as fast as we want, and there is going to have to be an exploration of revenues. You know, at the time that we raised the water rates, that wasn't a tax. That was just to represent what our costs for water were, so that we would have a capital fund so that we could start doing street repairs. There's an item on the next agenda to talk about the property transfer tax. That property transfer tax, even if it were raised to the entire $4, on a $400,000 home, that would amount to about $1,625 for for the city. That's not a huge amount compared to $400,000. I also heard a comparison between the city and other cities that are smaller than us and had higher valued properties. The reality is that they will receive significant more because their homes are assessed at a greater value. So, you know, it's all about comparisons, and the reality is that they will be paid for out of loan proceeds, and ultimately it comes out of the person selling the home's pocket, but the reality is that someone else comes and pays that amount. You know, we're going to have a balance in the city between revenues, cuts, and economic development. And then as we go along the way, things get balanced. There's another thing, too. People often say we pay the highest taxes here in the city of Inglewood. Our half-cent augmentation we have on the sales tax was voted on by the voters, and it was meant to bring parity in public safety salaries and do some things like tree trimming, and it was voted on by the people. There are other cities in the county, many in fact, that have had their own half-cent augmentation or are considering it right now. So that is not a really valid thing to keep saying about we have the highest taxes. No, we don't. Many cities have a half-cent sales augmentation, and then the people want it to go away, the people can make it go away. I also want to say that every differential in the city, for instance, in the property taxes, attachments to the ad valorem property tax, had to be voted upon by the people every single time. There's no council that can just raise your property taxes. There has to be a vote of the people. If you bond, the people have to vote. So I just think that we need to get things in perspective, because you hear this time and time again about we have the highest taxes. The only taxes that you have added to your property tax are taxes that were bonds that were voted upon by the people. So I want to thank the employees. I want to thank the negotiating team. This has just been another year of sacrifice. So we have to bring these other projects online. We have to get where we're going, and we're going to do that. Madam City Clerk.
Council members. Councilmember Stevens.
Excuse me, City Attorney.
Council,
you need a vote.
That's not your call, Councilman.
Excuse me?
I'm calling for the vote.
Okay, so we're not going to continue to discuss this. All right. I'm going to abstain for lack of information.
Dunlap.
Abstain.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. No closed session report. Yeah, right.
So,
we'll report out then.
Well, I have a question with regard to the closed session for the special meeting. Why didn't we hold the closed session prior to the open session with regard to negotiations?
Because Mr. Falco indicated that there was not going to be a presentation on the union matters in closed session. That's what he indicated.
Okay, well, I would like to just place on the record that my understanding the last time we had a closed session on these matters was that you were going to be discussing some things with us today and letting us know of some outcomes, which didn't happen. And we just had the document that everybody voted on, and I'm saying that that discussion should have taken place. Mr. Fields.
Actually, he removed those items and asked for later confer.
No,
they were removed.
When?
The point is, excuse
me. I'm just saying that there was a closed session, and I may have had some additional questions, and it was appropriate that we should have held the closed session as is scheduled. That's all. With regard to a continuation from yesterday, and also whether or not we may have had some questions for clarity prior to the document coming before us. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mayor, are we picking up from last night's meeting?
Yeah, we're going to adjourn this meeting and reconvene last night's meeting.
Okay.
I don't think you're going to adjourn it. You're going to recess it. We have CS2, the whole reason we set this meeting for today.
Okay, we'll recess and go to closed session on CS2.
But you don't have the information on this, so this should be.
Oh, we do have the information. It was refused.
He might need one of these if he doesn't have.
Well, we remain to discuss further. So we'll recess and closed session and return. Okay. Pretty shortly, probably.
Are you, because you're going into closed session for CS2? That's stupid. Why don't you just do it?
Call the roll.
I'm sorry, a quorum is present.
A1.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. There was no closed session held as to CS1. There was a closed session held as to CS2, closed session, confidential, attorney-client privilege, potential litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9b1, denial of certain enforceable obligations by the California Department of Finance. Discussions were held, however, no final action was taken. And that concludes the reports out of closed session for this meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Any persons in the public who want to make a comment at this time on any item not on today's agenda may do so at this time.
On any item not on the special meeting agenda?
Yes.
Absolutely. I want to thank you for taking so much time out of your busy schedule to go ahead and try to tell the public that I'm just an alarmist and doesn't know what's going on. That was very delightful and insightful for you to take that much time. But since the public knows how to read on occasion, I'm going to ask them to go on and look at the Moody's downgrades of Inglewood, and says that our budget cuts are necessary and that we've been, what is the appropriate word? Downgraded. Approximately $90 million in our bonds on Friday. So I guess it's not just me who has the delusion. Moody's is that company way over there on the other side of the universe, close to New York, that other place that's been calling the shots in our community. Let me see, you tried to say that about what I was saying with the school district.
Wasn't talking about you.
I know, go ahead and deny. That's what we do, it's like a river. And then it came out in, what was it, November 27th LA Times that gosh, oh golly gee whiz wow. Maybe Diane Sombrano was right. So you can deny all you want that I know numbers. You can deny all you want. Tell everybody that life is peaches, roses, and cream. But some of us actually live here. Some of us actually do go down those streets that some of you have sat here for a good long time and not bothered to repair. But some of us also have been here with the promises of, what was it, the Dorothy Chandler-esque pavilion? Yeah. Some of us have been here while Marvin Engineering was going to save our bacon. Some of us have been here while we were supposed to get that new police station if we just give the casino 24-hour gambling because that's going to save our bacon. And some of us have been here since the Renaissance was the great projected future that would make us whole. It's time for y'all to give up the denial and deal with the reality check.
Ms. Austin.
Okay, Ethel Austin. My sister, please take it down so they can remember this for me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Yvonne. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you. No.
Friday. This is what I want to mention about the, I took a tour in City Hall, and as you say, Mayor, we pay enough taxes to get what we need. It's really bad, guys. For the ceiling is bad. I mean, people are getting pneumonia now. I think it's more. I really think like the 7th floor is looking bad. And we need to take care of that. My sister died of that morning. People thinking it's a cold, but it's not. Colds after colds. People taking NyQuil, and that's how she died, because she didn't know from the county. And when the county building was at White Fronts, they had mold in there, all of that. Born in her lung, but by her smart kid. You know how kids take over. That's the worst thing to do to kids any money, I'm gonna tell you now. But the county really, that's why they tore it down before the sheriff's department. But you guys need to key in on that. because it's leaking, especially in the city clerk. I went in there, so much trash on the floor from the water leaking. So we need to stop that water leak, guys. That's what I want to mention too. Seriously.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I lived in this city since 1967. When I came here, Inglewood was a model city. We had everything that a city used to have, including skating rinks, YMCA's, theaters. Now this city has gone down so bad that the schools are so bad that nobody wants to send their kids to school in our school. All of my kids finished school in Inglewood High, Warren Lane Elementary School, and went on to college. But what has happened to the city, I don't know. It must be greed or something. We still pay a lot of tax. We can't even fix Century. If I were keeping house, I would at least have my front room looking decent. When you come in, you would know the rest, how my rest of my house looks. If we as a city would fix Century, because everybody come into Inglewood on Century just about, going to the airport, why can't we at least fix Century so that the city won't be looking so bad to a visitor who comes in on it? And as far as the parking our motorhomes, I don't see anything wrong with parking your motorhome on your own property, out of sight, so it's not blocking anybody, if it's in your backyard or out of sight. So I don't know what you guys are trying to do and what's going to happen to this city. I am afraid. I don't know.
Good afternoon, Mayor Butts and council members. I think you were probably referring to me with regard to the taxes I talked about.
No, not you.
Well, if you weren't, I'm going to say it anyway, because I'm going to say that that item with regard to charging $4 instead of the 55 cents is still going to be another tax on the residents of this city. I hold to that. I hold to the contention that even as you said that we vote for this stuff, we are misled with regard to the reason that so many people do vote for these things, even as to the utility tax, when they talked so much how the utility tax was going to help the seniors and help the young people, and that it wasn't just going to be a little bit less money. This downgrade in the city is sad, and it's on you them who sit up there and represent us. Little things that I'm surprised that you cannot do. For the last 4 months, on the corner of Prairie and Florence there's a white fence there that they put up near the park there. That fence has been wrecked. It's been wrecked twice, and it's still all leaned over and messed up. And it just looks so bad, It just seems like just little things. I know that they're over there digging up those plants and stuff and get ready for that rail, but just little things that seems to me that them could do. I was talking to Councilman Stevens the other day. I hadn't been here for a long time, but I asked him with regard to the Academy property where the church is at, what they're proposing to do with that, because I think there's construction going over there. Mr. Stevens told me that they were talking about putting a Dollar Tree or some discount store over there. We don't need a discount store in that first district. What we need is a decent market over there. We have the Big Lots store, we have the Red Tag store right around the corner, and it's just like throwing anything else at us, just like throwing liquor stores at us, just like throwing those cash checking places at us. If you them do that, you continue to show the disrespect for the residents and the community overall. These things are taxes that you're proposing on us. You do nothing but take money away from us with regard to your salaries, and it's a shame.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Michael Benbow, First District. I'm not quite sure where we are in the agenda, but if I'm...
This is open comments section of the special meeting. You can talk about most anything.
Okay, then. I basically spoke last night concerning the raise in the taxes from $55 to $4, and I'm for that. And I see a lot of people are against it, and I see a lot of my real estate buddies are against it too. But we come from a different background, so I need to speak my opinion on that also. We're a city that are claiming to be moving ahead, and I'm one that always likes to move ahead. We've got things in the fire that we've got to support in the future. And you got to take the bitter with the sweet. So the sweet is of it all is that we've got a lot of projects. The Madison Square Garden moving in, and Hollywood Park, and all these things are happening in the city. These things are what brings people to Inglewood. You see, there's going to be a lot of transfer of property, especially after the mortgage thing rises and we get back to happening in the city. We've got to be aware of that. Had we done this some 3, 4, 5 years ago, we'd be in great shape now, because the transfer of the property that just Inglewood Park and the Forum, we'd be sitting back now. So we've got to think ahead. We've got to think ahead. And sometimes it comes like that, and we don't have any control of that, but we set our rules up for the future. And we say that we're going to be a bright city for the future. Now, we've got to take that and make that work for us. So people aren't going to deny coming to Inglewood because they want to come to Inglewood. With these type of things happening in your city, and your city is an attraction, you're going to be very proud when they come to the city and these things are happening, and you've got money to support these things and they're run properly. Now, I know I'm stepping on some toes, but I don't care about that. What I care about is progress. And if we're going to progress, either we're going to be an elite city or we're going to be one that's in the ghetto. And we've got to make up our mind which way we're going. So I'm for that 100%. The real estate people, that's just a problem for real estate right now. And it may not be a problem if they can sell it. I'm an ex-salesman, so I know what that's all about. So we've got to pay attention to what's going on now and where we're looking toward the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bimbo.
My name is Willie A.G., and I live in the beautiful city. I support everything that Mr. Bimbo just said. I support the 4%. From what I understand, it's when you sell your house, it's from 1% to 4%. And maybe we're just trying to keep people from selling the houses. We want to keep them here in the city of Inglewood. Maybe that's why. Maybe we just want to make a little bit more money. Like Mr. Bimbo said, you never get something for nothing. You have to pay for it. On a beautiful city like I want, you have to pay for it. You want strong leaders like we got here in this city that getting things done, you're going to have to put them in office. That's the only way you're gonna get it done. Put the right people up on that dais that's gonna work for the city, not for personal feelings and personal greed. You know, we need people that's gonna work for the city. I don't want the city to do nothing for me. Do it for the city. If you do it for the city progresses, then I progress. City go down, I go down. Take a ride through the South, to any state in the Union, suburbs, cities are dead. You know, I'm from Alabama. I drive through Alabama and get sick to see the cities that used to be beautiful cities that are dead. Inglewood is still alive. You know, I don't get up here and criticize. If I got something against one of the council people, I'd pull them to the side and tell them, you know. But we got people that come up here every week for the last 15 years, and that's all they do is criticize the leadership of this city. You know, if they deserve it, then criticize them. But the main people that's causing the problems here never get criticized. It's always the people that's working for this city that's demeaned and criticized. I love this city, and I want to see this city on the highest mountain shining, and it's on its way. Thankful people like Mr. Franklin, Mr. Morales, and the greatest mayor in the country, James T. Butts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Gil Matthews, District 4. That's a hard act to follow anyway. Somebody has to polish the apple. All right, let's get serious. The successor agency. Now, I have grave concern about the successor agency and the financial condition of this city. And again, I'm requesting to hold a special meeting in the city and upgrades on the successor agency and the effect that it has on the city. And here again, we have $360 million outstanding obligations. And also, we have $700 million obligations in housing. And you did disclose it, but people don't understand it. Now, you have a payment schedule for low and moderate income housing from the fund. 1/31/2013, you have $15,825,000 due. Correct me if I'm being negative, correct me. But I'm reading it, and it's on your paper. On the successor agency, again, it's out of your control because it's a state agency and it's turned over to the county. So again, you need to meet with the people. See, Inglewood is broke, but that doesn't mean you have to be broken. See, there's going to be an Inglewood, regardless who's in it. I've been over here over 58 years in this city. Before this council or this building was even built, we had a little rural, two-story meeting down right somewhere in this area, even before the county building was built. But anyway, it has progressed. But based on most cities, we are not in the worst shape. But all I'm asking and pleading with you, have a meeting, whatever it is, up or down, community room A, put the cards on the table and let the people know. Because I'm concerned as what you're going to use for money, and I'm hoping that we don't default on any bonds. The bonds have been downgraded, but the upside is that, believe it or not, the market are buying junk bonds. So anyway, just keep the faith. This too will pass.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew.
Hi, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, distinguished City Council members,
distinguished elected officials, citizens of the city of Inglewood, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gilbert Carrell, and on behalf of Jerome E. Horton, Chairman of the California State Board of Equalization, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address the council and the residents of the city of Inglewood. I'd like to talk to you about the importance of the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program, VITA, and the Earned Income Tax Credit, and why we should support it. In addition, I'd like to share with you how much of the credit goes unclaimed here in the city of Inglewood and how much of the unclaimed Earned Income Tax Credit impact the economy and the lost tax revenues to the city of Inglewood. First, the VITA program generally offers free tax help to people who make $51,000 or less and need assistance preparing their own tax returns. VITA sites are generally located at community and neighborhood centers. Secondly, the Earned Income Tax Credit, sometimes called EIC, is a tax credit to help you keep more of what you earn. The problem is that, for example, in 2009, Californians claimed roughly $4.9 billion in EITC refunds. But also in that year, $1.2 billion did not go declared or unclaimed. That's a significant impact to our economy. The Earned Income Tax Credit lifts 6.6 million Americans out of poverty every year, including 3 million children. The EITC is the most successful and efficient anti-poverty program for the federal government. Here in Los Angeles County, about $370 million of EITC refunds go unclaimed. For the city of Inglewood, based on IRS 2010 return preparation summary statistics, the unclaimed amount by the citizens here in the city of Inglewood is about $23.1 million. This translates into about $25 million in lost sales for the local economy, which means about $1.8 million does not go into the state government as local tax revenue. The families and individuals who miss out are not the only ones affected when these refunds go unclaimed. Local economies never benefit from this money. These dollars are never spent at local businesses, so fewer jobs are created, fewer wages are paid, and eventually less tax revenue goes to state and local governments. These refunds are a foregone economic stimulus for California and the city of Inglewood. Let's support the chairman's initiative and help us achieve prosperity for our families, communities, and local governments in California. On behalf of Jerome E. Horton, Chairman of the California State Board of Equalization, thank you for your time and consideration, and have a wonderful holiday season. Thank you. Closed public comment. There's one more. Mr. Davis?
Good afternoon, Mayor and city staff and council. Bernal Davis, 2nd District. I just want to piggyback on what I've heard with the comments and words like progress and what have you come to mind, and I'm for progress too. But you know what? Just my opinion. I think that we as a city need to be honest and upfront with the way things are going to go and the decisions are going to have to be made. Regarding taxes and what have you, I guess that's just the cost of doing business in this city and living in this city. And with progress, folks, we have to be honest with ourselves. When you proceed forward, there are those that will be left behind. So we have to come to a conclusion that there are going to be some folks left behind. We use the phrase low income. It may come to a point where low income just can't afford to live here. And we have to be willing to say that. We can't put up smoke and mirrors. I'm of the opinion that it's going to come to a point where low income can't live in the state of California. I mean, we all read the newspapers. We know what taxes are coming down the pike. you can't squeeze water out of a rock, as they like to say. So I have one wish. I hope that the mayor will be having his state of the city address. It'll be early next year, right? That hey, it may, as Mr. Bimbo said, step on some toes, but maybe we need to tell people the facts of life, that this is where we need to go, this is how we got to do it. And all right, if you can't make it, that's how it is, because what's the alternative? I guess we're at that point. I'm trying to stay positive, you know, but I guess there's no other way for me to say it, is that I'm going to be one of the ones that's going to have to hang in and hold on. And a lot of us are going to have to, and some of us are just not going to make it. You can't save everybody. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good day, Mayor, Council, City staff, and citizens of Inglewood. Stuart Bailey. And I would just like to say welcome to the fiscal cliff. And we're all going to go off this cliff, whether we like it or not. But sacrificing people and saying, oh, you're low income, and saying that you're not going to make it is not God's plan. See, we were all put on this earth to say, we are responsible for that brother. Yes, we all are. Those at the top will sacrifice for those at the bottom. And once we forget those values, we will be going to hell. And we don't want to go there. We want to go to a nice, peaceful place once we leave this earth. And once you forget those human actions on the earth, and God looks at you and says, well, what did you do for your fellow man? Not your family, because we know you did something for your family, but what did you do for your neighbor, that bum on the street? Nothing? Then how come you didn't know that bum was me? It could have been God himself that you would have helped him. And in the end, that's what it's all about. We all have to be caring and be benevolent to everybody. You have to be respectful for everybody. And I know it hurts, but if you're making $100,000 a year, I think that's enough money to live on. You know, like I said, we're all human. We all have human feelings. We all have human needs. We all want to, have our kids be successful with the things that we've done in our lives, and we want to pass that on. Nothing wrong with that. But we should also remember that there are people that are less fortunate, and we could say, oh, yeah, they didn't do well in school and stuff like that. But everybody has, their little bit of, but we could all sacrifice and say, okay, well, I'm going to do this little bit for this family. I'm going to go give them some food. I'm going to go give them $10 here, It makes a difference. It does. And like I said, we all have to be remembering somebody, because there's no great, there's no low. And we all have to be remembering that this is the reason for the season. And I would just like to say, on top of that, everybody, please go out and have a beautiful, safe, enjoyable holiday. Just let's try and focus on positive things for the next year. I don't care what it is, but let's try and do good things. Thank you, and everybody have a good one. And I don't know when our next council meeting will be, but everybody, please have a great holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. We close public comment, unless you want to defer until the next meeting with council comments now. Okay. Did you say what?
Yeah, we got a heavy agenda.
Okay.
We should get moving.
All right, then with the consent of council, we'll adjourn this meeting and reopen the December 18th meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you call the roll?
Sure. A quorum is present.
Madam Clerk, what's the next scheduled matter?
The next scheduled matter is a public hearing to receive input and approve the fiscal year 2011-12 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, CAPERS, for submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Los Angeles Field Office.
Notice of this hearing given in a time, form, and manner as required by law, and do you have the affidavit on file?
Yes, notice has been given and affidavit is on file.
Have any communications been received on this matter?
No.
Is there a staff report on this matter, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Ms. Pamela Thigpen, Grants Coordinator, will give the staff report.
Ms. Thigpen, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. This public hearing is to consider public input and approval of the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER, which identifies the resources under the grants available through the Consolidated Plan process from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, for fiscal year 2011-2012, from October 1st, 2011 to fiscal year ending September 30th, 2012. As we get to the specific documentation that is contained within the CAPER, Mr. Pipkins will provide that information on the CAPER as he did prepare the CAPER for this year. However, I would like to report on or comment on a report that was received and conducted as a result of an audit that was conducted from HUD's Office of Inspector General, which is an independent enforcement arm of HUD. The Office of Inspector General conducted an audit of the city's home program from beginning in May of 2012, commencing through September 30th of 2012. HUD's OIG office did finalize the report. They submitted a draft to the city manager, who then responded to the information contained in the report, and then very recently HUD issued its final report, which is available on the website. The reason we wanted to bring this up is because the audit did occur at the end of the fiscal year. However, the period that was covered by the audit from OIG was 2009 through 2011. And the reason HUD actually determined that they wanted to send the OIG out to audit the city's home program was due to a lack of expenditure of home funds that were sitting on the books with HUD in the U.S. Treasury. It was identified in the report that the city failed to expend funds and had originally recommended that $2.6 million unexpended be returned to HUD. However, given some background, the city has taken great strides to remain in compliance with HUD requirements of expenditure of funds. It was triggered originally by $6.8 million in home funds that was committed to the senior housing project on Locust Avenue. Subsequently, the city council canceled the housing portion of the project and had to return $2.1 million of expended funds on eligible pre-development costs. Those were eligible expenditures. But when the project was canceled, that $2.1 million had to be returned to HUD, and that automatically triggers a red flag. What HUD did do also was, considering that the staff had remained in communication with HUD, we have a good relationship with our HUD field office, they actually then returned an additional $1.7 million back to the city, which was a good thing. All told, of the $6.8 million on that project, the city council was able to then make decisions that were significant to still bring affordable housing to the city of Inglewood by committing and spending $4 million on the Regent Square project, the 145 units on Regent Avenue, which actually is very nearing completion at the beginning of next year, 2013. And then additionally expended $2.8 million with Abode Community Housing towards the acquisition of property on Gravilla Avenue for the future Gravilla Family Apartment project. In the report, it mentioned $2.8 million unexpended, but those funds have been committed by the City Council as follows, which brings the city in compliance where we have no unexpended old home dollars left in the U.S. Treasury. And that includes $1.8 million. Recently, as a matter of fact, just last week, the City Council approved the home program agreement with Eucalyptus Park Apartments with Thomas Saffron Associates and Housing Corporation of America to acquire and rehabilitate 93 units of senior housing on Eucalyptus Avenue. Escrow is scheduled to close on that project tomorrow. Additionally, a couple of weeks ago, the council approved $120,000 for a community housing development organization, also known as a CHODO, which is in compliance with HUD requirements. And during this current fiscal year, have committed $700,000 towards tenant-based rental assistance for our extremely low-income seniors, disabled persons, and honorably discharged veterans. So that $2.6 million identified in that report has been committed and is being expended in accordance with HUD regulations, which brings us into compliance. The report also identified some lack of procedures. St. Margaret's Center had previously been administering our tenant-based rental assistance program. You will find on your agenda from yesterday's recess council meeting, the tenant-based rental assistance program policies and procedures, which will be implemented by city staff. So I wanted to make that point known. That is a public report. I wanted to let the council and the public be aware of that and know what the city has been doing to ensure that we remain in compliance with the use of home funds from HUD. I'd like to now turn that over to Damian Pipkins, our grant coordinator, who will provide you some highlights from this year's Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, of which he did develop.
Welcome, Mr. Pipkins.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here tonight, this afternoon, to present the final CAPER, which is for the fiscal year 2011-2012 fiscal year. And this also ends our consolidated plan years, which is 5 years, so from 2007 to 2012. And this is for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Home Investment Partnership Act, Home Program, and the Emergency Shelter Grant, ESG. And the highlights are for 2 affordable housing projects that are now, one's complete and one's in phase 2. The first is Market Park Apartments, which is at 601 North Market Street. It was completely rehabbed, and we're very happy about the work that was completed there, because shortly before the agreement was approved, there had been a fire in one of the units, and there had been some health and safety issues that had gone on for quite a while, and the building's about 40 years old, and so we're glad that that's been brought up to current codes. The second is Eric Apartments, which is a 4-unit apartment complex for developmentally disabled persons. And the bottom units have been brought into compliance with ADA accessibility rules, so that if a person has a wheelchair or some type of scooter, they can get around the apartment easier to the bathroom areas, kitchen areas, living room areas, things like that. The other highlights mentioned by Pamela earlier, the nearing completion of the Regent Square apartment housing development down the street. It's going to be 145 units of affordable workforce housing, and that will come online early 2013. Other home-funded programs are TBRA, which helps house seniors, permanently disabled persons, and veterans. And of those in that program, 51 people were able to receive assistance. The Emergency Shelter Program was able to house 50 persons. Some are families with children with motel vouchers until they could find a permanent housing solution. So we're very happy about the progress that we made in helping homeless persons in our city. And lastly, CDBG funds were used to reconstruct 13 streets and 13 sidewalks, as well as 5 alleys, and a number of wheelchair ramps were installed as well. Lastly, the public services, we were able to assist, I believe it was 66 seniors with, senior meals, and we helped over 100 children with after-school programs. So in closing, these funds, when I first began back in 2007, were plentiful, but now they've been reduced by 50% in the home program and by 16 and 14% in respective years for CDBG, and we've had just a slight increase for emergency, well, it was shelter grant, but now it's emergency solutions grant. And we're just trying to continue to do the best we can with the funds as they become available and be able to continue to move forward with helping the residents of this city. And if there are any questions or comments?
Are there any members of the public that are present that wish to address the council on this matter?
Good afternoon. Thing that I've been talking about, concerned about for some years is the handicap access sidewalks all over the city, but especially in the 1st District. Is any of that money going to be available for replacement of handicap access bills in the 1st District, or is that special monies for special areas?
Okay, well, why don't we do this? I'll ask that question for you. Would you repeat
Thank
it
you.
for me? Would you, Mr. Official, would you repeat it for me? I didn't catch it in entirety.
Mayor Butts, I've been concerned about handicap access sidewalk.
This curb cuts?
Yes.
For District 1?
Yes,
Okay.
and throughout the city for that
All right,
matter, but in particular District 1. Thank you.
Council members, there was quite a bit of reference made to the senior housing, and I know we, last I heard, still had a contract out for an architect to be working on the recently relet contract for the senior center that was at one time going to be on D3. So I don't know if that's been canceled, if it's still in operation. Are we still just throwing money out there? Because when I went to that MTA meeting downstairs, you had developers sitting there telling us that they had planned to put something other than senior housing on that D3. And I would hope that after we've thrown so many millions of dollars on that piece of property, we are not continuing to pay an architect for something that's going to be thrown out the door. If you're not going to do it, then stop paying the architect. I think that's insane. We've already paid the former airport director's sister a truckload of money for plans that were basically thrown out the door. And that was a lot of money that went out, whether it comes from the feds, the state, or from our taxes, because they all eventually do come from our taxes, whether they stop at the state or at the feds. It's insane to think that we're just throwing that money into a nice big trash bin. So I hope that any developer that comes before you that throws that plan out gets thrown out.
Willie AG. First, I want to congratulate staff for doing a terrific job. But I'm a little bit concerned about, seems like everything that goes on within the city, government has to do with low income. It comes a time when all the citizens of Inglewood deserve a little credit. Like Central Boulevard, stuff like that. But I see a lot of poor people. An example is there's a gentleman that's been sitting on Central Boulevard there, on the bus stop, got all of his belongings sitting. So when the people come to wait for the bus, they don't have a place to sit. He's been sitting there for years. I understand that the chief has been talking to him and trying to get him to move in, just move out or something like that, but he's resistant. I think the bus stop is for people who are waiting for the bus to get, take a ride, not for setting up houses, and that's just about what he's done. I see him every morning with all his belongings, hustling for that bus stop, and that's where he sits all day. People giving him money and stuff like that. But on the other hand, I want to congratulate the chief, interim chief, the job that he's done in this city, especially in park and recreation. Central Boulevard, Chili's and Red Lobster, they just about clean the panhandles up there, but they're really bad over on the other side of the street. I wish somebody could go to Home Depot and have them to, jack the security. They have security there, but they just disappears for some reason. I just left there and they got people selling stuff all out front, Starbucks and stuff like that. That, to me, that's not good for the city. I'd like for somebody to look into that. I don't know if that's you guys' department or whatever, but it's, I don't want to go there and have to see all this stuff and listen to it selling. Thank you.
Gil Matthew, District 4, Mayor and City Council.
Bless you.
What is needed in this city along housing is programs for these youngsters or the kids that's working, middle management and so forth. You have two people in the family working with a salary of $100,000 combined. There is a lack of programming with housing for programs. These young people are paying more for rent than a mortgage. That's unconscionable. The only thing that's missing is the down payment. And we have funds for that. And it should be started where it's available to these families. That will stabilize this community, and plus people that live here and born here has a vested interest in this city. Secondly, you have minor repairs needed for people to participate in the installation program. That should be a high priority to use these rehab funds for that. And also, I have a concern about rehabbing privately owned property. Now, we had many times, months ago, we had a property, I think it was 10 units, and 5 were going to be rehabbed at a cost of $100,000 each. Privately owned. I have a problem with that because that's contributing money to a private owner. At least if you're going to do that, have it where the ownership changes or the title changes in that property, that money reverts back to the city. And another thing is on these loans with the solid second. When those properties are sold, that money should go back into housing, not to the general fund. If we had done that in the past, we'd had millions of dollars available. But no, the money went back into the general fund, buying lawnmowers and whatever was what needed to be done. So here again, that housing, senior center with the housing was a best use of that property. And I would hope some way it could be reestablished, but from what I'm hearing, it's impossible. But with that housing on that senior center, that was a beautiful program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Member. Close public comment. Any council comment or question? Councilman Stevens.
Mr. Morales, you can go first. I was just going to move approval.
And I second.
Thanks. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Mr. Stevens. Councilman
I have
Stevens.
a couple of questions in reference to, I searched the document, and I was wondering maybe you could refer me to the abode project in it. It does not make reference in the document to the abode project. Can you tell me what page that's on?
Okay. The abode project was not included
It was not.
in this document at this time, but it will be in the next caper.
Okay. The reason I'm bringing that up is that Ms. Thigpen made reference to $2.6 million earlier, in reference to abode. And so I'm trying to understand, she's making reference to it, but it's not identified in the document, so.
Okay.
Ms. Thigpen, can you address that, please? Made reference to $2.6 million for abode properties that is not mentioned in the document. And I just wanted to know just exactly if you could expand upon why that is.
That's a good question. I did make reference because the city council did expend those funds during last fiscal year, so that needs to be included. It was for property acquisition, so we will add that. It was $2.8 million.
Why is it not in the document?
Oversight. We'll add that.
Okay. All right. Here's my concern. Ms. Thigpen? Ms. Thigpen, I'm not. Ms. Thigpen, I'm concerned because the Office of the Inspector General has notified us that $2.6 million in HUD home funds we need to seek recapture of those funds. And I'm having trouble defining, when I speak with staff and others, as reference to define recapture.
Recapture would be returning the funds to HUD if they're not committed or expended, which the city has done.
So the city has expended those funds.
They've committed and or expended those funds, yes.
They've expended them. So now we have to now recapture them.
No. HUD would not recapture them in the event that the city comes into compliance, which we have done.
But the reason why, my understanding is, based upon the letter that was sent to the city from the Office of Inspector General, is that did they disapprove the abode project or the purchase of the property?
No, they did not. HUD approved that. HUD did approve that. We submitted the appropriate documentation, the environmental documentation, and the request for release of funds back in December 2011, and HUD did approve that. That was $2.8 million.
So then why are they asking us to recapture the $2.6 million?
You know, Councilmember, if I may, Pamela, what's confusing is that the report that was done by Inspector General was for a period of, what, 2006,
2009 through 2011.
2011, and it's written in a way as if though it's talking in that present time, but the recommendations that they're making, they didn't take into account in that report that we've already addressed all the issues that they're bringing up. So
But they specifically identify that project.
I know, but what they did is they looked at that 3-year time period and what was the situation at that time, and they unfortunately made recommendations based on the situation at that time. As
So as it stands right now, we need to replace the 2.6.
No, we don't. That's what I'm saying. During those 3 years that I just mentioned, those funds needed to be replaced at that time. We have since made the expenditure of funds that they're recommending that we do now. We've already done what they're asking us to
Is
do.
any of this the reason why it's not in the document, Ms. Thigpen?
The 2.6 you're referring to is separate in the OIG document, as Mr. Fields mentioned,
Office
for
of
previous
Inspector General.
right, for previous fiscal years, and they did mention 2.6
But is
million.
that why we didn't mention it in the document?
It's a separate document from OIG.
Okay.
Yes, that's
All
why.
right, so okay, so now what I would like to do with 35 seconds left is I would like to make a motion that we simply direct staff to reprogram CDBG grant funds in the amount not to exceed $20,000 of the $35,000 on page 22 here. Of the $35,951.94, we direct staff to reprogram $20,000 of that for Osage Villas for the grab bars that are listed in the blueprint but were never installed. I would like to make a motion that we direct staff to reprogram CDBG funds in an amount not to exceed $20,000 for express purpose for installing handrails in bathrooms of the units not equipped with same at unequipped senior housing facilities.
Woo, you're going on and on and on. I can't get all that.
I'm simply making a motion. It's not an initiative. Motion does not have to be agendized.
You made a motion to reprogram CDBG funds.
No, to direct staff, not to reprogram, to direct staff. Proper clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
for you.
I don't want to be technical, but number one, there's a motion on the floor. Until that motion is off the floor, no one can make another motion unless the first motion is tabled as to this. I presume as you're having a discussion, you can make any motion you want regarding the programming of these funds. You can make any suggestion you want at this point in time, since it's a public hearing.
Mr. Fields.
Yes, Mayor, and I think I'll ask Pamela to come up and assist me with this, but I believe that we are planning to come back in January, Ms. Thigpen, with a plan to reprogram excess home funds.
Yes, there's a couple of procedural
Right.
things as it
Right.
relates to this. We are planning on bringing that back to the city manager's directive, but also this particular item is to determine, again, the performance evaluation report. And procedurally, given that Osage Villas is a private property, they would need to request those funds, which they have not done. The city cannot determine to expend funds on private property unless there's an application to do so by the owners, and the owners currently have not submitted an response to an RFP or proposal to request those funds.
Is the Osage Villas in a CDBG block grant fund zone?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, yes, it is. It is.
Okay.
So since it is in a CDBG block grant fund zone, it would be before that.
It's private property, not city property.
As I stated earlier, is it possible simply to direct staff to simply obtain general information from the owner if they wish to participate in such an opportunity for the handrails, bath handrails to be installed in their facility utilizing these funds? Simply as you are directing staff in a general way, Ms. Thigpen. Ms. Thigpen.
That's not her issue.
Well, might have a question.
Just make your motion. You've changed it now. What's your motion?
You haven't changed it, sir. You've attempted to change it.
Well, we have a motion on the
But
floor.
my motion
already.
is simply.
Excuse me. What's the motion on the floor?
Well, Councilman Morales.
Well, he didn't move approval. I had the floor, so he withdrew that.
No, he moved approval.
No, he didn't move approval. I had the floor.
Okay,
and then
I don't.
what happened was
Councilman.
you redirected and you're redescribing history.
I just want to say what I heard, and then you guys can do whatever. But what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Councilman Morales moved for a motion, Councilman Franklin second, and then it went directly to you, and you started talking about your motion. That's what I heard. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, Ms. Courtney, with all due respect, you're mistaken.
All right.
You're mistaken.
So what we'll do is we'll vote on the motion on the
Well,
floor.
videotape will not lie. Videotape will
No,
tell
you're
exactly as it
absolutely
is.
right. So let's have her stop it and let's look at
No,
it.
that's not
That's fine.
necessary. Is there any other further comment on the motion on the floor?
The motion to approve the caper,
Yes.
submitting it? Yes, I have some comments.
Please.
Actually, the first one is for Mr. Fields. Mr. Fields, at the time the Inspector General presented us with their audit, I requested a copy under the California Public Records Act, and I've never received it. It was at the time, shortly after, on your weekly report, you gave a brief synopsis from Ms. Thigpen that she presented to you, to the council. At that time, I asked for the full document. I've never received that full document, and I'm still waiting, and it's been months.
It was presented to the entire city council in the weekly, I think it was last week?
No, it was a synopsis.
It was attached. No, it wasn't. It was the actual report. The entire report is attached.
From the, when was your synopsis? Well, actually, let me use my 5 minutes better than that. Based on page 26, when it talks about the loans, if a property is for sale, are we getting certain monies back, or what happens when the property is for sale that we've loaned on?
The funds return to the city in the home program income, and they can be reprogrammed for housing uses.
The entire amount that they borrowed from us?
Yes.
Okay. Another question I have has to do with the number of jobs created. It says here that 73 jobs were created, and in the staff report it says that as of September 30th, 2012, 73 jobs were reported to be retained and or created, and based on the city investment of $1 million, that equals $13,698 per job. Actually, I think it's with regard to transparency, and that's what we should be about. Meaning, when the general public reads this, they should really know more of the truth of the matter. The $13,698 per job is based on the city's part of it, but there's other public funds included, and include all the public funds, which are taxpayer dollars. It actually is triple that cost. It's around $32,000 per job, as opposed to 13. That's my only point, meaning I think we need to be, if you want to have what the city's investment and the other public dollars and put the total, that's great. Always put more information. But if you just put $13,000 per job, that's not really true with regard to public dollars. And I'm just saying we should be more transparent than that. And with regard to the $2.8 million discrepancy, I want to add oversight. I want to ask Ms. Thigpen about that. Would you describe in more detail what is the $2.8 million oversight that you referenced a few minutes ago?
Oh, the acquisition of the Gravilla Street property for the Gravilla family apartments.
And what was and that was with home funds?
That's correct.
And what was our total home funds for the period covered by this caper?
Total home resources was $6,250,581 available.
Okay, so a third of the home funds was not included in this report. Is that correct?
Well,
actually greater than a third.
In preparing the report, we put together what the accomplishments were.
Okay, the point is, if we receive $6.2 million for the time frame in which this caper is a report on our activities, and $2.8 million were left off with regard to an oversight, one would think that we would have to re-advertise the public hearing. One would think we'd have to put out a corrected document with a mistake of that magnitude for public review, and then have the public hearing again. I mean, if one actually respects the public process. Mr. Fields? Mr. Fields, do you have a response on that? I was giving my concerns regarding the public process, the public hearing, and the document that's been prepared with a $2.8 million oversight, which is almost half, probably maybe 42% of the entire home fund allocation for this time frame?
What I was conferring with staff, Mayor and City Council, was our deadline in terms of when do we have to have it submitted so that the council can consider if you have time to renotice another public hearing.
Okay, and I appreciate that because I understand that there are time constraints
Right.
in these documents. I understand that, which means maybe we need to stop waiting to the last minute to do the caper. Because almost every time we have the caper report, there's sometimes we find things of this nature, and it makes it very hard for us to do our job as we should be doing it. So I'm very concerned, like I said, with approximately, let's say, a 42% discrepancy of 2.8 million, and no one knows about it. So this document is not accurate. The public hasn't seen an accurate document. I would think HUD wouldn't appreciate it either.
Well, currently the document is draft, and we will be making amendments to it before it's submitted as a final to the to HUD. So they won't. I mean, it won't be a matter of them getting an incomplete document. They will get a document that has all the corrections in it. But your point's well taken with regards to the public
Thank you very
still.
much, because the public has not had an opportunity to review the proper document. And Mr. Fields, I would like to see a copy of the corrected document before it's sent out, and I want highlighted those corrections and additions that you believe appropriately represent the comments at this meeting and or oversight corrections and so forth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Franklin. Mr. Fisher, the figure, 1 second. There's $320,000 in CDBG funded CIP for street resurfacing that includes curbs and curb cuts. Okay, we have a motion on the floor, Madam City Clerk.
Yes. Oh, is anyone available who knows how many curb cuts or where those?
Hey, I gave him what I have right now, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Abstain.
Dunlap.
Abstain.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Consent calendar items 2 through 12.
I also move. Second.
Madam
I'd
City
like
Clerk.
to pull item 3, item 8, 9, 10, and 12.
Could you restate that again, please, Councilman?
3, 8, 9, 10, and 12.
3, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Thank you, Mayor.
So we're approving 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 11. Madam City Clerk.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Council members: Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Item 3.
Staff report recommending approval of an amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding with the California Science Center Foundation.
Move approval.
Second.
Any, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Looking for a staff report. That's usual
All right.
protocol. Come back to it?
Keith.
What? Ms. Watson?
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Mwuzi Watson. I'm the Executive Assistant to the City Manager. For your consideration is an item that recommends the approval of an amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Inglewood and the California Science Center Foundation. Excuse me, hold on. I'm just walk fast in here. Whew. Okay. In October, the aforementioned MOU established a formal relationship between the city and the foundation as we work together to move or transport the Space Shuttle Endeavour through the city of Inglewood. The removal of city facilities and the use of city staff, including IPD for security, were key to the success of the move. These items were identified in the MOU, and the restoration and replacement of these items, in addition to their deadlines, were included in the agreement. For the most part, all of the projects identified in the MOU have been completed. Completed items include the restoration of street lights, light poles, traffic signals, and mast arms. However, more complex items like the replacement of the 128 street trees, the addition of median landscaping, the reconstruction of the median at Manchester and Ash, and the replacement of wayfinding and locational signage, as well as the cost reimbursement for staffing during the two-day event, remain incomplete. The current MOU, it calls for these items to be completed by December 31st, which was a really aggressive time frame. And if this august body approves the extended time frames, it will ensure completion of the remaining items. The date was moved to June 30th because we didn't, even though we anticipate that the project will be completed within the next 3 months, we didn't want to unnecessarily come back to the body if the projects were not completed in that time frame. And it is our hope and expectation that these items will be completed before June, but if they're not, we will come back to the council and make you aware of any changes to the timelines. And then there are a couple of typos in the agreement that I would like to call to your attention. On page 1, line 17, it should be instead of which, it should be wish. And then on page 2, line 11, change the word food to good. So it's a good faith effort, and that concludes my report.
Page 2 is what?
Changing the word from food to good. So it's a good faith
No,
effort.
but what line?
Line 11.
Thank you, Ms.
So
Watson.
17 is wish,
Yes.
and page
Oh.
2,
Is a good faith effort instead of a food.
and that's
faith
what
effort.
line? What line was that?
11.
11. Okay. Well, I have a question for you.
Okay.
You know, Mr. Atwell, our new Public Works Director,
Mhm.
he's done a magnificent job as far as we went on a drive, and there were a number of signs that were not, street signs that were not square. It was just as if the subcontractor, not our team, not our personnel, but the subcontractor simply was just putting the signs up just willy-nilly, just placing them back up. They were askewed. We even had a no parking sign or a parking, no stopping sign that was actually facing the street, meaning that if you parked your car this way, the sign was actually facing this way out into the street, so you could not see it. My question to you is this, is that it says financial funding issues and sources, it states, an accounting of the expenses is being conducted. Once these numbers are validated by finance, they will be forwarded to the California Science Center Foundation for payment. All of our officers, all of our personnel that was there on the event day, we were not keeping an accurate logging of our personnel that were contributing, when were participating in this event. We did not keep for lack of a better word, a journal of some sort of who was participating, how many hours. We have to actually go back. To me, it just seems as though, once again, Ms. Fields, it's a management issue. We should have just simply had our team, okay, we have these group of employees that have been assigned to this, and kept an ongoing tally sheet of just exactly how many hours, who they were, by name. I mean, we should be able to, we should have that information on hand, because now it appears as though what we're going to do here, we're going to have to go back.
Well, that's not the case. There was I'm sorry.
Councilman, all of the log files that you are referencing, the journals, if you will, all of the timesheets that every sworn and non-sworn member that participated in that event are tracked, because that is how their payroll is accomplished. So all of that information is tracked in the timekeeping system, and that is there's our codes that are used to reference what the overtime or straight time would have been used for, in order to be able to track that and tally that at the end, so that we would be able to provide.
What was that proper terminology that you referred to when we were conversing about Rogers Park and staff participating, as far as what's that proper terminology used for? What was it called that you mentioned?
The timekeeping system?
No. You had a different phrase for it. In order for us to implement that, there was a certain protocol that we had to go through. You mentioned it. You told me.
Can you?
Sure, you know what it is.
Can you give me a little bit more information to refresh
I
my
can't be
recollection?
any clearer than that. Remember our conversations pertaining to Rogers Park? And city staff members assisting a subcontractor with completing the project?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I wasn't following what you were asking me. When a staff member tracks their usage, tracks their time for the purposes of timekeeping, if an employee in one department does service for another department, for example, if Public Works does something in the parks and it's on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Department, they would annotate that because there's a funding source that is typically allocated to pay for certain hours.
What is the instrument that's used? Why?
The Eden system.
No, it wasn't the Eden system. It's all right. We won't go around and around with it. But nevertheless, as I stated time and time before, we have a management problem here. Absolutely management problem. We know that the Eden system is flawed, if that's what you're saying that you're using. Bottom line is this, Ms. Watson. We have trees. There are trees that are going to be shedding their leaves in the wintertime, which means that we're going to have city personnel that are going to have to be out raking leaves. So we have the wrong trees on Manchester Boulevard. We have trees that were removed that did not need to be removed, that were over 100 years old on Crenshaw Drive as well as Crenshaw Boulevard. And the reason why they didn't need to be removed is because we had a light standard as well as telephone poles that were right next to the trees, and they weren't removed. So what was the purpose of removing the tree? You could have maybe removed the branches, but to remove 100-year-old trees, pine trees? I'm only trying to bring attention to one simple issue. Is once again, as I've stated, we have a management problem. We have a management problem. States very clearly, an accounting of the expenses is being conducted. Once these numbers are validated by the finance, they will be forwarded to the California Science Center Foundation for payment.
Councilman
We
Stevens,
should
you're
know
at
to the
time.
penny how much that event cost us.
Okay. Madam City Clerk.
Council members,
Wait a
Stevens.
minute. Councilwoman Dunlap wants to make comments now.
Actually, on page 2, it does reference, with regard to the invoices that will be submitted to the Science Center. I would like to see a copy of those invoices as well. And I'd like to know the two other companies that were out there. One was Security. Right at this moment, I don't have their names at my fingertip, but I'm sure you do. CSC. What does that stand for again?
I can provide that to you. The full name of the company. I'll provide that.
Okay, they're offering security. And what was the event planner that was there? They were at the forum.
Precision.
Precision?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I couldn't remember that. What was our role? I know they're being paid by the Science Center, but what was our role, if any, with regard to the selection of these two companies?
The Science Center was the one who hired the...
Did we have any role? Did we make recommendations? Were we asked if we had a preference? Anybody who'd done business with us or anything like that?
The city participated in the structure of the event. So the scheduling, trying to give a more local feel, because the Science Center, of course, is not familiar with our community, so we provided speakers and things of that nature.
No, I'm talking about specifically CSC and Precision, these two companies. Did we have any role? I was told that we did, and I'm just curious. I don't know the extent of that role. I thought you could fill us in.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I mean, we discussed the event, and we discussed the fact that we needed an event planner, and so the Science Center provided us with, an event planner.
So we had no input with regard to who that might be?
The answer is no, Councilmember Dunlap. As she mentioned, the Science Center selected those people. The company
What about the security
on their own.
company?
Yeah. The Science Center, I believe,
we did have some input into
That's
it.
what I was told.
The police chief did. I did speak with the police chief. The Science Center did consult with him before they selected the security company.
Okay, well, you probably are not aware, and Mr. Fields, I assume you are not aware, that neither of these companies had business licenses to operate in the city of Inglewood, and one would have thought that they would be required to have a business license to do business here, like I'm assuming every other business that does business here. But when I checked with finance, I
They're
was told,
responsible for paying the taxes on the revenue that's generated. I mean, excuse me, pay taxes on the, yeah, I was right. Pay taxes on the revenue that's generated in the city. They're not required to have a business license in the city.
oh, really? So people can do business here without a business license? I thought that
They
was
were hired,
required.
but the key point is that they were hired by the California Science Center, and the California Science Center is located in Los Angeles. So that's the difference.
So they did not have to have a business, oh, I'm curious, because people have said to me that they thought they would have to have a business license to operate within the city of Inglewood, regardless of who pays them. I mean, a business who opens up, say, a mom and pop business, it doesn't matter where they get their money from, they typically have to have a business license with us. And that was a concern that was been expressed to me, and I'd like it followed up on with regard to that, because they shouldn't, I would think they'd have to have a business license.
Yeah,
that's all.
and this was a question that was brought up, and I've talked to finance, so that I'm 100% sure that that's the answer.
And that answer again
is that they have to pay revenue on they have to pay tax on the revenue. So whatever the Science Center, whatever any of these companies charge the Science Center, that is what they have to pay taxes to the city for.
Okay, that doesn't make sense to me. I'd like maybe some more. Mr. Fields, if you could give me a written memo on that. One would think they'd have to have a business license. A business license is based on their revenue. So I'd like a follow-up on that.
100 times. 100 times.
Yeah. Does anybody have information about business licenses? Could fill us in requirement?
You know, that's a finance issue, and I don't believe Sharon, who might have the best information, is in here. So we can get back. I can get back to you on that.
All right. If you just send me a brief memo. The other thing I'd like to say is that with regard to the Public Works Department, the initiative they took with regard to their public works uniforms they wear now, they have the emblem on the back for the endeavor. It's great. I love it. The community loves it. It's very positive. So I'm not sure whose idea that was, and I understand the employees pay for it themselves to have it on their jackets, but it's great. It looks great, and it is a day to remember. So I want to thank the Public Works employees for coming up with that idea, and because it's just a good publicity for the city, and it looks great. Thank you.
Just one thing, Ms. Watson. Thank you and all the staff for what you guys have done to make that a really wonderful day. It was a really wonderful event.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk.
Council members: Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Item 8.
Staff report recommending approval of a program supplemental agreement with Caltrans for traffic sign replacement project HSIPL-5164-027.
Second.
Staff report.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for having me here this afternoon. Considering the number of items that have been pulled, I was wondering if I could ask to entertain questions first or provide a presentation.
Oh, in reference to I just wanted to have an overview in reference to what this item is.
Okay. The item is to, there are many signs within the city that are aging, especially the warning signs. In addition, there are other signs that are aging, and those are the overhead street name signs. In this case, the item is to approve the program supplemental agreement to administer funds for the regulatory and warning and ground-mounted guide signs, which is a requirement by the Federal Highway Administration, which in 2008 released new standards that establish minimum levels of retroreflectivity for roadway traffic signs. On August 31st, 2009, the mayor and council members approved a master administering agreement, agency state agreement with the federal aid projects with Caltrans. The master agreement establishes terms and conditions the city must meet and comply with to receive federal funds to implement transportation improvement projects. Project.
Yes. That's my point. So these funds can only be spent on which streets? The boulevards?
The
Century Boulevard? Where can they only be?
Well, there's 2,400 signs that it's going to replace, so it includes even in the residential
Oh,
neighborhoods.
that's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
So I wanted that's what I needed clarity on, because I have a number of delaminating signs throughout my district, District 1, and you and I have been out on patrol on those, and I pointed them out to you. And I just want to say thank you very much for being proactive on that, because a number of those signs have been replaced. But this will definitely replace many more, correct?
Yes, in fact, Chad Sweet, he's or Keith Lockhart, my transportation engineer, can verify that to make sure that it is actually residential signs.
Yes.
Mayor, Council, the sign locations will be on major streets that are funded by this grant as a requirement through Caltrans, but the meaning of that is that frees other city funds for use in replacing those neighborhood signs that you and all the council members are concerned about.
Mm-hmm. And so just because it states federal funds, it doesn't necessarily have to be applied to simply major thoroughfares. We will be able to manipulate this and work it so that the residential areas will also be able to have those delaminating signs replaced.
Right, but it would be using different funds.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So it frees up other funds
Yes.
that would be eligible, and so it's a positive.
That's correct.
That's what I wanted to bring out. And so I thank you very much, Mr. Atwell. But you also, Mr. Lockhart, for your due diligence, and thank you very much.
I just have a quick question, actually a comment. You talked about the caution, like the don't walk. Some of those are going to be replaced?
Right, they would be stop signs, warning signs that let
Well,
people...
I want to say that since we've had many of them changed out where it actually counts down the seconds that before the light's going to change.
Yes.
Right, this would be...
If I may respond to
Are
that.
any of those?
The type of device you're talking about associated with signals, those are funded through our annual traffic signal improvement program, and we have made a particular effort to enhance those type of signal equipment, both with the sign themselves and with the push buttons, to bring them up to proper state that is more functional than the old equipment we have now.
Well, the countdown, I think I personally believe, and I've not seen any statistics, that it eliminates a lot of traffic accidents, people trying to beat the signal, or they actually can see how much time they have, you might say, with regard to before the signal changes, with regard to the intersection. I think it creates a better feeling for safety. Like I said, I don't have any stats, but I think it's very effective. And whenever we have the opportunity, whatever those funding sources are, that type of improvement, I think, is warranted. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens,
Aye.
Dunlap,
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. Item 9.
Staff report recommending award of a contract for professional engineering services related to the Intelligent Transportation System and an Advanced Traffic Management System.
Move 1, 2, 3.
Second.
Staff report. Brief staff report.
Okay, this project is to award to Iteris for professional engineering services related to the ITS system, which is the Intelligent Transportation System, and the Advanced Traffic Management System. The Traffic Management Center, called the TMC, provides real-time traffic signal coordination throughout the city of Inglewood and aids in the department in maintaining real-time traffic signal coordination. The TMC utilizes an advanced traffic management system to diagnose and repair communications issues. On July 25, 2012, Public Works staff issued a request for proposal to Iteris for the following services: to analyze the existing communications infrastructure, diagnose disruptions in communications between signalized intersections and the TMC, repair communications equipment, and restore TMC operations. Staff received a proposal from Iteris on August 7, 2012. The proposal states that Iteris will provide professional resources, software, and system components.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlap. This is to assist us with traffic flow as far as synchronization of all of our traffic lights.
It'll help with the synchronization of the traffic signals. It'll also help tie the TMC to the field operations or the traffic signals. Right now, our TMC is down. The video feed is not there, and I believe there's some other issues with it. Chad Sweet, my senior transportation engineer, can get into a little bit more detail on it.
I'd like to ask Mr. Sweet a question. Mr. Sweet, our traffic center, I guess you call it traffic.
Yeah, the Traffic Management Center.
Traffic Management Center. That's on the 5th floor?
It's on the 3rd floor. It's shared with the GIS room.
Right, and it's where we have that window and people can actually, if
Yeah.
the public ever was to visit that floor, they could actually see that. How difficult would it be, and colleagues, I would like to float this past you as an idea we might want to do in order to spruce up our lobby area. How difficult would it be to actually bring a cable down to the lobby area? And you know where our information booth is there? We could perhaps somehow integrate flat screen TVs that would actually show what is being shown at our transportation center in our lobby area. You follow me? When a person comes in, and it would also might even be a crime deterrent, because of course anyone who's involved in crime activity might very well feel that, well, they would see that we have our city under surveillance, and it would lend to that concept that we have cameras throughout, so do not tread in Inglewood.
Sure.
How difficult would that be? Would that just be simply bringing a cable from the
there would be some other communication equipment that would have to be installed, but you could, conduit, and then you'd have to run wire, possibly some minor fiber optics down there. But essentially, running a wire down to the 1st floor, installing some other TVs down there, it is an option. There would have to be some configuration. This contract will help build a more robust system to allow us to use our existing ITS program more efficiently.
And what this also does is that this also assists with traffic flow on Century Boulevard?
It's going to handle about 123 intersections citywide. So that is in our traffic management center. The purpose of our one of the main purposes is to monitor incident responses and also traffic flow. So we can actually get live image to see if a signal's on flash, it's flashing, I can notify the crews immediately instead of waiting for the public citizens to call us some time later.
I know I have brought to the attention of Mr. Lockhart as well as Mr. Atwell some time ago that many of the residents compliment the city of Torrance, when you exit off of the 405 freeway on Hawthorne, once you hit that first light, it's just rapid fire all the way down to the Hawthorne Mall, all the way down to PCH.
Sure.
It's just, and that is basically what we're trying to achieve here, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Manchester actually flows pretty well through active traffic management center and also the field staff that would go and implement the time. But I can actually make changes to a variety of intersections without actually having to go out to the field through the TMC. We have 11 CCTVs, which is a non-recording video feed. They're fixed at the major arterials, and that would be a component to be able to give a live image. But some of them pan, tilt, zoom, so it would all change, and it's directed exclusively for traffic and the traffic flow.
Do we have coverage at Crenshaw and Manchester?
Crenshaw and Manchester, we do have a swivel CCTV at that location that is currently live. We actually do have a working TMC in terms of our CCTVs right now. There's 7 that are actually online and usable. And Crenshaw and Manchester is one of them.
Yeah, because I remember I brought to the attention of Mr. Lockhart, and thank you, Mr. Lockhart, for remedying that situation there. We had traffic on weekends as well as also Fridays that would back up all the way from Manchester, around the curve, traveling north, all the way down to the gully on Crenshaw, traveling up to, Crenshaw Drive merges with Crenshaw.
82nd Street?
You're right, 82nd Street, yes.
Yeah, that intersection, 82nd, was offline, and it's been offline for some time. Manchester, 85th, and 8th Avenue all had timing that was actually in live. And there's changes that I was able to make with the synchronization to actually help that flow better. But obviously, if you don't have communication, the clocks in the individual intersections they vary, and sometimes they run out of synchronization.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lockhart, and what is your name?
Mr. Sweet.
Mr.
Chad
Sweet? Okay, and I thank you both. Okay, and Mr. Atwell, job well done. Thank you, sir.
Madam City Clerk.
Council members: Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Item 10.
Staff report recommending approval of the funding agreement P00F3-130 with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Authority for the Florence Avenue Corridor Project.
Move approval. Second.
Brief staff report.
The Florence Avenue Corridor Project, which was a Metro Call for Project submission in 2009, is a project that includes pavement rehabilitation along Florence Avenue from West Boulevard to La Brea Avenue and on Locust Street from Florence Avenue to Manchester Boulevard. In conjunction with the pavement rehabilitation, bicycle lanes will also be constructed or striped, in this case, on Florence Avenue from High Street to Locust Street and along Locust Street to Manchester Boulevard. In addition, a pedestrian path will be constructed on the north side of Florence Avenue from Sentinel Avenue to High Street. This concludes my report.
This is primarily resurfacing of Florence?
Yes, it is.
This is primarily the resurfacing of Florence Avenue?
Yes, it is.
And also we're installing a bike lane, correct?
Right.
And so I just want the public to be aware that there are things that are going on in the community to assist you and to make life better for you. But more important than that, we're incorporating a bike lane.
Correct.
And as many people may or may not know, we're going to have a MTA light rail station installed at, is that Locust in Florence? Locust in Florence?
There's a station.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, also over at West Boulevard, Redondo.
Correct. There's one at West Boulevard
So the
and at
bike,
La Brea.
right. So we would have two, one at Locust, and then we would also have the one at West Boulevard and Florence also. And this will merge the two, correct? Meaning that it will be interacting.
Right. It'll allow pedestrian and bicycle traffic to reach each station, because nowadays what people do is they either put their bike on a bus or they can put it on a train or leave their bicycle at the station itself.
All right, very good. Very good. Mr. Lockhart, ask you one question, sir. You've really been busy, and I thank you so much for this. So the repaving of Florence Avenue, we're also incorporating repaving in this, right? Correct?
Yes.
Will the repaving also encompass also?
Bless you.
Will it also encompass the portion? Just exactly. Inglewood ends at West Boulevard, or is it one block forward? Which is it?
At West Boulevard, at that signalized intersection of West Boulevard.
So this
Is the
repaving
is the city limit.
Okay, so we'll be repaving from West Boulevard going west all the way
To La Brea.
Very good, very good, very good. Job well done. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
Council members Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Item 12.
Staff report recommending approval to submit 3 Metro Call for project applications.
Move approval.
Second.
This is a submittal of an application for the Metro Call for Projects, which we do, the city does every other year. The projects that are typically submitted incorporate 8 modal categories, which I won't get into right now. I don't have it in front of me. However, the 3 projects that we are submitting for are the construction of geometric and traffic signal improvements on La Cienega Boulevard at the intersections of Florence Avenue and Manchester Boulevard, the continuation of improvements to the ITS system, which I covered earlier. So in conjunction with the previous project that I talked about, we'll continue to do ITS improvements if we get funding through this Metro Call for Projects. The 3rd application, which was developed by the City Manager's Office in conjunction with Public Works, involves the pedestrian improvements at or near the proposed Florence West Light Rail Station. And these projects are due on January 18th of next year.
So my question is to Mike, thank you. Mr. City Attorney, here's my question. We are going to, well, it hasn't, at this point in time, MTA has stated that they do not wish to have the La Brea and Florence intersection below grade. And I would assume that my colleagues and I were going to challenge that. And with us approving this, does this in any way hamper our efforts? Meaning that I have seen MTA presently, they're laying conduit for electrical power along Florence Avenue on the MTA light rail line. Now, they're laying that, and the line is currently at grade. So if we continue to move forward with this component, call for projects, does that in fact negate our ability to challenge them in court in reference to having the challenging the Florence and La Brea below grade crossing, as well as also and MTA preferring to have it at grade, and also widening that scope to Florence and Centinela? Does it in any way, us approving this, circumvent your efforts? No. No? Very good. Outstanding. Well, job well done.
I have a question. With regard to La Cienega, what is proposed?
I'd like to bring forward
The improvements at the two intersections of La Cienega with Manchester and then with Florence are to improve the geometrics of the intersection to make it easier for truck movements. We have a large industrial area in Inglewood that is north of Florence and includes the cement plant there opposite Oak Street. And the geometric design of those intersections would be improved by widening the corner radii at the southeast corner of the Florence intersection and the northeast corner of the Manchester intersection in particular, because you get a flow of traffic between the I-405 freeway and Florence Avenue. There is a special category of funding that this is eligible for, which is associated with goods movement, and the basis of these improvements came from a study that was funded through SCAG and through the South Bay City Councils of Governments.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to take this opportunity while I have the three of you here just to ask for something that's unrelated to these items that has to do with La Cienega. And that is, if you, in conjunction with the police department, would look at La Cienega, the off-ramp, but people come down and go up onto La Cienega from the 405 freeway. There have been 2 fatal accidents in my district in, say, the last 6 months, where people coming off a side street come on to La Cienega, and because people it considered an off-ramp at that point, we've had 2 fatal automobile accidents. So I'd like you to take a look at that, please, with regard to improving the safety along La Cienega at that exit from the 405 going northbound. Thank you.
City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. DR1.
Staff report recommending approval of the Home Investment Partnership Act tenant-based rental assistance program policies and procedures for the administration of the program by the City of Inglewood Community Development Block Grant Division staff.
Move approval. Second.
Staff report.
Ms. Thigpen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This particular item, the policies and procedures for tenant-based rental assistance program, also known as TBRA, is specifically designed for the council to be able to identify how the city will be administering the program or implementing tenant-based rental assistance here within the city. Previously, the program was administered by St. Margaret's Center. However, when staff issued a request for proposals for the use of home funds, in doing an analysis of the expenditures, it actually was determined that it was more cost beneficial for staff to implement the program here directly from the city, as opposed to St. Margaret's Center, who had been implementing tenant-based rental assistance, with their costs for administration, considering that St. Margaret's Center accounting and their their grant administration is managed by Catholic Charities of Los Angeles. their costs have gone up. And those costs do not, in addition to directly paying for the staff that administer the program, St. Margaret Center also has to pay administrative fees to Catholic Charities on top of their own staff. And that then we found actually costs more than to have staff do it internally. And so we're recommending in the fiscal year 12-13 consolidated plan process, the City Council approved the allocation of the home funds for the tenant-based rental assistance. We have home program administration, which pays for city staff. And there's a small amount, it was originally $30,000. We're recommending a budget amendment of an additional $9,500. Those funds come from CDBG Housing Management Services to administer the program. St. Margaret Center would charge the city for housing management services $80,000. So there's a difference, a savings of CDBG dollars of $50,000 to the city for the city to administer tenant-based rental assistance program in-house directly. Currently, there are 53 residents who have requested assistance. They're on the wait list. There are 25 disabled persons, 22 seniors over age 62, and 6 veterans that are currently on the list, and these are those who are of extremely low income, and that's 30% AMI or below here within the city of Inglewood. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Questions? You say they're on the waiting list. Who is it that's keeping these waiting lists?
The staff is currently maintaining that wait list as residents call and inquire, and 11 have been referred. Our staff. City staff, yes.
All right, so as a result of this item before us, how will these individuals on the wait list be affected?
They'll be, if the council approves the policies and procedures this evening, this afternoon rather, as soon as we return from the holiday break, staff will be calling in those from the wait list first to come in to interview and to fill out the documentation to get their units approved so that they can then begin receiving assistance.
And how many people are on the wait list in total?
There are a total of 53.
With regard to the security deposits for the U.S. vets, is that a separate?
That is not included. Staff is not recommending. If you know, it was requested in the RFP process, but when staff analyzed that, it would be the veterans that are moving into the currently subsidized building that they have over there, and given that they've already got subsidies and some are on the Section 8 VASH program, staff did not recommend that we provide those for those moving into subsidized, that we'd be able to provide rental assistance for vets who are not able to get either in that building or get VASH vouchers.
I'm glad to hear that. But what you're sharing with me with regard to how could there be Section 8 in the subsidized building?
Under the VASH program, the Veterans Administrative Supportive Housing, I believe.
Straight from the county?
I believe, yes, those are ported in from the county.
Yeah, come to think of it, I think they did have a special program, but I don't understand why, if they have a Section 8 voucher, why they would be using it a subsidized project. Why not go to regular housing? Do you know anything about it?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Because just like, say, Osage, meaning it was a mistake for us to have had any Section 8 people go in that building because it's already subsidized, already paid for with tax dollars. And so that means one senior is getting the benefit of 2 subsidies, so to speak, which denies another senior a place to live. And so one would think that's the same thing here at U.S. Vets, meaning that the building's already been subsidized and built by taxpayers. So for someone to take a Section 8 voucher there doesn't make any sense, because then they're denying actually another vet from living in the subsidized housing. They should take their Section 8 voucher to a market rate because it's Section 8. They're not going to have to pay any more money. So I would like to have more detail on that. I would assume staff has more information on that. So sometime in the future, after the first of the year, in some timely fashion, I'd like a report on that as to how that's being permitted, since we would not permit it once it was discovered at the Osage building. Why now all of a sudden it became acceptable at another subsidized building? So Mr. Fields, if you'd make sure that the council is provided with a report on that, I would appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
I had a question.
Councilman Stevens.
So, Mr. Thigpen, this program was managed by St. Margaret's, correct?
Yes, it was.
And it was a program to assist senior citizens, correct?
Correct.
That was one part of their scope, correct?
Yes.
Now, why would we have allowed them to administrate a program that we could have been administrating all this time for our seniors here in the city of Inglewood? Because, of course, they take in everyone, correct?
They have a variety of services.
Hmm?
They have a variety of services.
Variety of services, right? Now, by us doing it this way, of course, we're going to be able to more tailor it towards the needs of our residents here in the city of Inglewood. Although we cannot, we cannot necessarily discriminate against people from, say, Los Angeles or other communities, but we can, in fact, tailor this more so towards the needs of people that have concerns that they may have here in the city of Inglewood, correct?
This is only for Inglewood residents.
Oh, this is specifically
This
for
is
Inglewood
specifically for Inglewood residents, yes.
Really? Okay, so an Inglewood resident, senior citizen, they wish to have their, let's say they are facing eviction, right, and they're a senior citizen. Can we St. Margaret's had a program that would provide emergency rental assistance, meaning to keep them from having to go on the street. Will this be able to be incorporated with that?
No, we cannot bring their rent, we cannot bring rental arrears current with this program.
Okay. What this is for is strictly for lowering a person's rent that they are currently paying being a senior citizen, correct?
Incorrect. It is to provide assistance in paying their rent. So if a senior, extremely low-income senior, is in a market rent apartment unit and are having difficulty paying that rent, this provides some assistance for them in paying the rent, but the rent remains the same. The rent to the landlord remains the same.
Yeah, the rent to the landlord remains the same. But as
what
in
they
Osage
pay goes
Villas,
down.
yeah,
Yes,
it
we
would
provide them some
lower
assistance.
their obligation, correct?
That's correct.
Now, how are we going to continue to fund this? What do we need to do?
This is funded under the home program.
Okay, but what my point is that we have a finite amount of money here. So now what do we need to do in order to expand it? What do we need to do now so that we're not doing it at the last hour? What could we start on now to expand the amount of money that we have here now? What do we need to do?
Considering this is the home entitlement, I'm not quite understanding.
Do we need to submit more grant applications is my point. Do we need to give you direction to submit additional grant applications at this time to obtain additional revenue for this program? That's my point.
I guess that's a possibility if there's funding sources, yeah.
Well, I mean, if we want more money for this program, times are getting tougher out here for people until the economy kicks back in, which it will. But right now, to weather the storm, does this body need to give you direction to, in fact, seek out additional grants? Or is this something that you are ongoing doing? Is this something that you're already doing? Or does it require you to have direction from this body to say, okay, Ms. Thigpen, we need you to go out and seek additional grant funding so that we can increase this dollar amount?
I would recommend the council give their direction to the city manager, who would then direct staff.
Okay. So, Mr. Fields, how do you feel about that? Is that something that's doable?
It's doable if the council is, if that's the direction the council would like to provide to staff.
Okay. Well, colleagues, I'd like to make a motion.
There's already a motion on the floor.
Beg your pardon?
There's already a motion on the floor.
Okay. Well, with 1 minute and 16 seconds left, I'd just like to bring something to the public's attention. When you hear Mr. Morales or Mr. Franklin on the end down there say, move second, what is actually happening is that even though we have this discussion, if one of us wishes to make a motion, it is stifled, as you see right here and now, because a motion is on the floor. So now what happens now is that you now have to go through this process now. Now, of course, we're going to vote on the motion to simply approve without actually hearing the issue at hand. So I just want to bring it to the public's attention so that they truly understand what's going on here, is that when you hear them rapid fire, so move, second. The reason why that's done is for that, but it's more important than that, is that by them doing that, then myself or anyone else on this dais, you only get to speak one time. You do not get to then come back and then speak again and address an issue or have a question. You cannot bring forward follow-up. You see, so it's just to educate the public. I just bring that forward with 7 seconds left on the clock here. So very well. Mr. Fields, I'll approach you with this idea in private, off the dais, and thank you.
And just
have, Mr. Saunders, can you address that? Is that accurate?
as far as the exclusion of other motions.
According to Robert's Rules of Order, if the motion is on the floor, a member can make secondary motions, a motion to table a motion, a motion to postpone discussions on that motion. There are 5 different subsidiary motions to be made and voted on by the body if one wants to try to introduce another motion. But the secondary motion has to be acted on before the first motion can be disposed of.
So the first motion has to be disposed of first, correct?
That's the opposite.
No, Mr. Saunders.
No, if you make a secondary motion, the secondary motion is taken up to rule on the first motion before you can make a third motion.
He don't get that.
Very well, Mr. Saunders.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye.
And actually, Mayor, I would hope that the city manager is always seeking grant funds
Of course.
for the city.
Of course. That goes without saying. That's why it wasn't even necessary to vote on it. We're going to take a 20-minute recess, coming back at 4:10.
And why is that? Why?
You want to take it?
A measure to increase the city's property transfer tax from 55 cents per thousand of property assessed value to $4 per thousand.
Move approval.
And I'll second.
Staff report?
Oh, first, Madam City Clerk, when was the meeting recessed? Did you happen to take note of the time?
3:50.
It looks like it was 3:42. We have 3:42.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, would you like me to go?
Yes, please.
Okay, she's going to bring up the resolutions. I have to get the mayor to sign.
Right.
But this was when they. Ms. Dunlap, there's a correction on the time. It was actually 3:52. Sorry about that.
Okay. Staff report, DRT.
Good afternoon, David Esparza, Chief Assistant City Manager, Chief Financial Officer. The report that you have before you outlines the recommendation from the Finance Department of a increase to the property transfer tax currently assessed by the city of Inglewood. In this report, you can see that we surveyed a number of local jurisdictions and cities, as well as the city of Los Angeles, in order to give an idea as to what the surrounding fees are set at. This, based upon a very quick assessment of existing transfer taxes collected in the city, the Finance Department estimated that the increase to the city's general fund from this described increase would amount to approximately $1,100,000 per year. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have on this.
Well, move approval.
Second. Just some quick comments.
Oh, it was already moved, I'm sorry.
Second, that's right.
All right.
I just wanted to publicly verify, what other cities you compared it to, and maybe show some examples of the difference between our city and some of the cities that have a higher rate currently.
Yes. In the staff report, there's actually a table that was provided. And if you look at that, you can see that the city of Culver City charges $4.50 per $1,000 of property assessed value, as well as the city of Los Angeles charges $4.50 per $1,000. The city of Redondo Beach charges $2.20 per $1,000. Now, this is the city's portion of the transfer tax. The transfer tax actually acts in conjunction with a split in the fees between the county and the city. And the law stipulates that under the statute, if the city's charge, if the transfer tax fee charge is $1.10, which is the set fee by the state, both the city and county split that evenly. If the cities decide to move their amount, to increase their amount, then the whole $1.10 that's stipulated by the state goes to the county, and the city then basically is on its own, based on its particular split of the fee. So in this particular case, this report recommends that the city of Inglewood raise its fee from 55 cents per $1,000 to $4 per $1,000 of assessed property value. And in that way, the original $1.10 goes directly to the county.
Any other council comment or questions? Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
This is just a measure to place this on a ballot, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On the form, for an example, we haven't raised this in ever, I guess. The form was on, would have been covered by this transfer, would have been covered by it, right?
Yes, it
Had
would
it been in effect. And by my calculations, our property transfer tax rate would result in $121,000 that would have come to the city. We would have gotten $880,000 from that single transaction had it been in effect. We have about 2,500 homes coming online in the Hollywood Park Tomorrow project. Would this have an impact on those houses as they're sold as well?
Yes, it would have an impact on them.
Okay, well, one of the things I want to say, we were talking earlier about, the city's financial situations. Actually, Moody's did downgrade our bonds for this reason, because the city relies primarily on general sales taxes and property taxes, and we don't take in enough. And so it's kind of which comes first, the chicken or the egg. If we don't have the economic development online, and you don't have, you have declining revenues, then you will get your bonds downgraded. So you have to do something. So this is one of those measures to secure our bond rating.
That is correct.
All right. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
No.
Dunlap.
No.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. DR3.
Staff report recommending an amendment to the Inglewood Municipal Code, Chapter 3, Article 2, Section 3-65.4, in order to reduce the size of recreational vehicles that can be parked in the residential area for the length of 23, from the length of 23 feet and the height of 6 feet to the length of 20 feet and the height of 6 feet.
Move to motion to waive further reading.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
I'd like to, staff report.
It's a motion to waive further reading.
Oh, excuse me. Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye.
I introduce the ordinance.
Thank you.
Second. Staff report. Oh. yes.
What's he doing?
Where's he at?
It's a general question, I guess. Sure. Represents yeah, very familiar. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Micah Hurd. I'm the grants coordinator for the police department. I'm going to sit in for the chief until he arrives. But I'll give you a basic breakdown of what we're looking at here. Pretty much, we're looking to change Article 2 of the municipal code, which is particularly Section 3-65.4 regarding parking recreational vehicles in residential areas. As the municipal code is written right now, basically it is it restricts length of vehicles that can be parked in residential areas to 23 feet in length and 6 feet in height. What we're looking to do is reduce that to 20 feet in length and keep the height at 6 feet. Basically, this is for the purpose of community. This is in response to citizen complaints that we've received, and the chief is here, so I'll let him take over.
You're doing fine. This is basic stuff. You're
Okay.
doing fine. Carry
Well,
on.
what we're looking at, what we're basically looking at is we've made this decision because of numerous complaints that we've received from citizens, via informal and also formal complaints, and basically this is going to be something that will improve community beautification, and that pretty much concludes it.
Okay. Any further council questions?
Yes. Was there a reason why we did not take it as far as 18 feet?
Well, we did a comparison with other cities, and we found that most cities had a length of 20 to 22 feet. So we wanted to keep it in comparison with cities that are nearby, and not really restrict too much, because we didn't want to infringe too much upon the rights of recreational vehicle owners.
Okay. Well, I had brought forward an initiative just about when I first came on board here in reference to motor coaches, recreation vehicles, because it seems as though we have an entire vagabond population that travels from city to city. Maybe you remember back about 2 years ago, they were, I'll call it, stationed out at Venice Beach, out at Venice, in the community of Venice. And then when they were forced to vacate, they released all their sewage waste out of their vehicles and just totally contaminated the street with their biological waste. My point is that due to the economy, we have a number of individuals now who have learned to circumvent the law. 20 feet does, in fact, far greater than 22 feet. It's a big difference there. But they've learned that if they are within 18 feet, that they pretty much have a window there. I'm willing to support this at 20 feet, and we'll see how it goes. But just so the public understands, this is not directed towards you, the resident. Whom this is directed to are those individuals who, whatever reasons, are living on the street and have chosen to live out of motor homes, motor coaches. Some of these motor coaches are 30 years old. And what they do is they can purchase them for as little as $1,000. And what they do is they basically look for open places, and they try to be discreet. They try to park them usually in commercial areas, but of course they have to offload their biological waste someplace. They have to have a place to park. And as I had a situation on Grace Avenue, I had one of these individuals parked in front of a woman's home, single, over on Grace between Hillcrest and Locust. And because he was elevated, he was able to look directly into her kitchen. Every morning she would awaken to go into her kitchen. He's looking out the driver window, smiling at her. If you can imagine that, every morning. And so this is something that's going on in our community as well as others, but this is something that, the help of Chief Fraterada, that we're going to be able to curtail. And so this is outstanding. But we'll try it at 20, and hopefully if it doesn't work at 20, my colleagues will consider lowering it down to 18. But it's an outstanding first step. Thank you.
You know, I want to thank the chief, and I want to thank Councilman Franklin, who picked up the ball on this, and this is going to benefit not just District 4, but the entire city. And so I want to thank you for that, Councilman.
Likewise, thank you.
Yes, just a comment on the Mayor.
Yes.
First of all, the amendment to the law would not be made possible if it wasn't for the acting chief, Mark Bartharada. Clearly, he had a lot on his plate with reference to some other legal matters that he inherited, and I personally want to thank you. I also want to acknowledge that this law currently exists thanks to the assistance of Cal Simon, our city attorney, back in February 2011. However, once the law became in effect, to identify that the distance of a vehicle being 23 feet really did not address some of the concerns of the public's concern of residential streets with vehicles, particularly as my colleague in District 1 indicated, recreational vehicles, house cars that are on this public right-of-way became a public nuisance where it was a major safety factor of the width of those vehicles being able to back in and out of your own personal vehicle, your driveway. This will now reduce the number of those vehicles from that have vehicles between 23 feet up to 20 feet to now abide by the law that exists to be able to park it on their premises. And also, it still continues to address the other issue that I want people to still understand, that the recreational vehicle, and I'm quoting the ordinance, that says no recreational vehicle shall be parked overnight on a residential street, alley, public right-of-way, or residential zone, except for out-of-town guests. And those recreational vehicles must be parked in front of or on the side of the property they are visiting and must obtain city Inglewood temporary parking permit, as no different than when a person that owns the vehicle that wants to use it for loading and unloading, that is permissible in front of their property in the course of their preparation for their trip, as long as it's not overnight. And then finally, the issue that is also currently concerned is that no person shall dump or dispose of gray water, sewage, or any other waste product from a recreational vehicle except at a certified waste disposal facility. And the concerns that's now rising, Acting Chief, is the fact that people are now pulling those vehicles on their premises and tying a Y line into their sewer line of their home, which is another issue that we now need to have to be enforced. But thank you very much for this amendment proposal, and I so concur. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
We don't need a vote on the to introduce
Introduction.
it.
Yes.
It
was first
so
and
we
second.
So we're finished with DR3.
Yes.
We're finished with DR3. I just so we could take a little sidebar, I really need that document signed because we have to move forward with that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Open the City of Inglewood as a successor agency. Madam City Clerk, call the roll.
A quorum is present.
CSA 4.
Approval of the minutes held October 9th and 16th and 23rd and 25th, 2012.
So moved. Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Agency members Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Butts.
Aye. CSA 5.
Staff report recommending award of a contract for fence materials and installation services for various successor agencies' owned property per bid number SA-01. And before you vote on that, I need to bring to your attention that on the recommendations, line number 2, the amount is not $600,000, it's actually $109,388.95.
Move item 1 and 2.
Second.
I have a question.
All right.
Considering that some of these properties are slated for development rather soon, are we going to be spending this money to fence them just to take the fence down within the next, say, 60 days? Or tell me about what we're using to determine.
What we're looking at, excuse me, what we're looking at is replacing those that are the most dilapidated, like, for example, the fencing along Imperial and Prairie site that we own. There's actually some portions that are completely missing, and so we need to secure
Right,
that.
that's a long-term out to distance. I understand all of those projects, but I'm saying there's a couple on here that are going to be actually working development rather soon. Is this price that we have here include all the properties that you have listed?
The price does, but basically he's given us a price per lineal foot, and so we only go as far as, we only pay him as far as we
So it
have
gives
to
us
ask
some
him.
flexibility, so if there's a property we decide not to put up the new fence because we're going to be developing it so
Yes.
soon instead of spending that money, we have the flexibility to make that determination.
Yes.
All right, great, thanks.
Madam City Clerk.
Council
Question.
member-
Wait a minute, hold on a second. Councilman Stephen.
Ms. Cruz, let me ask you a question. Now, this is for fencing around the various facilities, right? Our various properties, I should say, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, the fencing material that you're going to be using, is it described in this document? What gauge fencing?
And it's 9-gauge fencing.
Beg your pardon?
It's described in the staff report. It's 9-gauge fencing.
9-gauge fencing?
Yes.
So are they going to be using stake posts, or are they going to be using circular posts? My point
Circular
is that...
posts.
Hmm?
We put in this ASTM standards for chain link fencing, for security fencing, and we asked them to comply with those standards.
And the height, it will be?
6 feet.
6 feet?
Yes.
Okay, so
Twisted
all
on
the
top.
poles will be capped off on the top, right?
Yes.
All the setting poles, right?
All the setting poles will be capped, but it will be twisted on top. There will be a tension wire on the bottom.
And there'll be a tension wire on the top, right? Or will it be a
Well,
bar?
there'll be a pole bar on top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that'll be much better than what we have currently.
Yeah, we're hoping to. We have a lot of the kind of fencing that we have now. It's very easy for people to steal it. People cut through it, take chunks of it off. It falls down because it's not secured with cement, and so we're hoping that it'll.
So
stay
the
up longer.
D3 site will be included in this, right?
We do have that listed as one of the
Okay.
sites.
Now, on my D3 site, I have these sandbags at the base of the fence. We need to remove those. If we're going with a quality fencing now, is it possible for us to remove? Because those sandbags are actually deteriorating to the point to where even if you pick them up, they're probably going to just come right apart and all the
The
contents.
sandbags actually are serving a different purpose. They're serving wastewater or the water runoff during rain, and so because it's serving a different purpose for water runoff. But what we can do is talk to our maintenance people and see if we can try.
Maybe we can replace them
maybe
then.
replace them.
Because
I'll have
those
to look
bags
at it.
are rotted out. They've totally rotted out. They've been there now for about 6 years.
Yeah, but they have a
Not
completely
long.
different purpose than chain link fencing.
Okay, so we'd have to contract with someone else?
Well, I'll have to look. We have maintenance people that we from the city yard that we agency pays for, and we'll talk to them first or consult with them to see if it's something that they can do in house.
Well, the fencing will be a good improvement for the D3 site right there at La Brea and Florence to help beautify it, make it look not so unattractive. But we need to remove those sandbags at the base because that would, that's pretty
I will
unsightly.
look into that.
Okay, you think they'd be rather difficult to accomplish that, or?
This time.
Okay. For you to do that, do you need council approval?
Well, if it's something that we can do in-house within our maintenance people, and we're not dealing with a bunch of extra costs, no, we wouldn't. But we'd have to look into that first to see what it entails.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, Ms. Cruz. Thank you.
I have a comment.
Councilwoman Dunlap.
Yes, with regard to the sandbags serving a use, I'm not sure how many years ago, 8 years ago, the city had tremendous liability because we had a vacant redevelopment agency-owned property that the rainwater runoff went onto another property, and it cost us a lot of money, a huge amount of money. So we don't want that to happen again. So yes, our staff needs to look at these things to see if they need to be replaced, because if they're deteriorating and sand is coming up, that's no good either. So it does need to be looked into, and you can get back to us informally with regard to the status. With regard to the fencing, I did read with the detail by which you had the fencing described. Can we possibly have a municipal code, actually this is for you, Mr. Fields, with regard to the fencing we're determining to put on our property, if we could have something, have that same kind of fencing on private-owned property that's vacant for many years, where the fence looks terrible and run down and falling apart. Because if it's possible, I'd like for us to impose the same standards on private property owners who have their property fenced because of unused parcels. They're required to do it. If we can set those standards, because some of the fencing around even our privately owned properties are horrible, run down, broken, just, it adds to the blightedness of the lot. So if you could look into that, Mr. Fields, and let me know if it's possible for us to either write a new statute or amend the code to, if we can make that kind of a requirement, because I do like what I read here with regard to what we were putting into effect. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
Agency members. Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Butts.
Aye. CSA 6.
Monthly Treasurer's Report for the month ending September 30th, 2012.
Receive and file, adjourn the City of Inglewood as a successor agency. Open the City of Inglewood as the Inglewood Housing Authority.
A quorum is present.
H2.
Approval of the minutes held October 23rd, 2012.
Move approval. Second. Madam City Clerk.
Agency member Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Butts.
Aye. H3.
Monthly Treasurer's Report for the month ending September 30th, 2012.
Receive and file, adjourn the Inglewood Housing Authority. Open the Inglewood Public Financing Authority.
A quorum is present.
F1.
Approval of the minutes held October 23rd, 2012.
Move approval. Second. Madam City Clerk.
Agency members Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Chairman Butts.
Aye. F2.
Monthly Treasurer's Report for the month ending September 30th, 2012.
Receive and file, adjourn the Public Financing Authority.
Quorum is
Back as
to
Inglewood
City
City
Council.
Council.
Quorum is present.
CM1.
Yes, Mayor and City Council, I have a couple of items that I'd like to speak to tonight. As you know, on December 6th, we had a very successful tree lighting ceremony, and at our last City Council meeting, I think a number of residents spoke about the long lines that we had, and I just wanted to just let the public know that we did have 2 staff and 2 volunteers who were assigned to stock and replenish cookies and punch and a popcorn. The unfortunate circumstance that occurred that caused the long lines was that one of our popcorn machines broke down. And so although we had 4 staff people manning the popcorn machine, we could only pop so much popcorn in the time frame that we had. So it resulted in long lines. It was not a matter of us not properly staffing the event. In addition, there was a concern about the tree lighting, the lights on the side of the building, and we did have a malfunction of the timer for the lights, and so when there was a resident who came and said that the lights were not on after the tree lighting ceremony, and that was correct, but we have identified the problem, and we have now fixed the lights, and so they're now turning on at 5 o'clock automatically. And the second item that I'd like to talk about, there have been a number of meetings where we've had discussions about our PEG channel, our cable channel, and the question about whether or not we should do public access. I did have my staff do a survey of the local cities in the South Bay, which included 13 cities, and of those 13 cities, 10 of those cities only show government programming. 3 of those cities showed education and government. They had 2 channels, and only 1 city had public access. So public access is not something that a number of cities are doing, and especially here in the South Bay. In addition, there have been questions about the use of our PEG fee and, one, how we should use it, and whether or not the city should be getting it because we only have a government channel. Those PEG revenues are governed by DIFCA, or better known as the Digital Infrastructure and Video Competition Act of 2006. And under that act, it does say that we get 1% of the gross revenue from video service providers. Currently, we have about $108,000 in our bank. That money can only be used for capital money. It cannot be used for operational cost. The 1% is not based on, it's not prorated for, if you have a government channel. If you only have a government channel, you get less if you have if you don't have the other two channels operating. We basically, the only requirement for us to get the 1% is that we have a minimum of 56 hours of programming each week, which is about 8 hours a day. And as you probably know, our city channel operates 24/7. They do not differentiate in terms of programming like video versus reader board. And so by the fact that we have either reader board or video images up on our channel 24/7, we do meet all the requirements to receive our 1% PEG funding. And that completes my report.
Thank you. A1.
First question, Mr. Mayor, we're going back into closed session on those two items we didn't do yesterday.
Hold on a second. Oh, we'd have to.
You have to recess and go.
Oh, we
have to leave the dais and go back in closed session. No, we didn't finish.
Hold on a second.
But before we do that, can we finish up this part because I have to do my part?
No problem. Hold on
Please.
1 second. Just give me.
Pardon me.
Give me 1 second. Okay, we'll finish out this meeting, and just before we have public public comment's already done for closed session, so we'll finish this meeting, come back, finish the closed session, and then report out. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, Madam City Clerk, you said you're going to be missing?
Yeah, well, yes, because I have to go and get some documents out that have to be out today.
Prior to going back in closed session, then, Mr. Mayor, would you take a vote on CS? Can we do a vote on CS3 and CS4?
CS3.
Since the public vote needs to be taken.
And CS4.
CS3 is, may I read it?
Yes.
Closed session, confidential, attorney-client privilege, potential litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9B1, claim of account temps. Request a motion to approve payment of billing.
So moved. Second. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens?
Aye.
Dunlap?
Aye.
Morales, excuse me. Okay. Franklin?
Aye.
Mayor Buds?
Aye.
CS4, closed session, confidential, attorney-client privilege, potential litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9B1, claim of Motorola. Request a motion to approve payment of billings.
So moved. Second. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens?
Aye.
Dunlap?
Aye.
Morales? Franklin?
Aye.
Mayor Buds?
Aye.
Okay, and I'll report out after we do the other two items. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We are now A2.
No verbal report.
CC1.
Yes, I have verbal reports. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting us go forward with this because we have lots of duties. But I wanted to share with the Council what I received in my office. And it was stamped in on December 17th, and it was brought to us by 131 signatures of seniors. And this is what they're requesting. We respectfully request that the City Council of the Inglewood City Council of Inglewood establish a policy that a minimum of 2 meetings per month of the City Council meetings be conducted. Be held on daytime afternoons, so that senior citizens will have more, will be will be more encouraged to participate. Seniors tend to travel less at night to safety and or driving restrictions. We deserve the opportunity to be present and give input should we choose so. And I've received several calls on this matter as well, and they're pretty adamant about it. And I said that I would do my due diligence and bring it to the City Council as requested. And this is a petition signed, again, by 131 signatures of seniors requesting that. So that's one report out. The other one is, I just wanted to remind people, we're in the middle of nomination period, and the city after tomorrow will be closed until January 7th. However, the city clerk's office will be open on December 27th and January 3rd between the hours of 8:30 and 12:30. And I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and all the employees as well. A lot of departments are shorthanded, and so a lot of departments get beat up. And Michael Falco, you get beat up pretty bad too sometimes, as well as Mr. Fields. And I just want to let everybody know that I truly appreciate you all. Merry Christmas, and have a blessed and wonderful, safe, happy New Year. Thank you. That's the end of my remarks.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, in response to that petition, City Attorney informs me that before any exploration of that could be done, if that was to be the will of the body, it would require an ordinance change, because by ordinance, council meetings are established at being 6 p.m. for closed session or 7 p.m. So it's not that it couldn't be done, but it required an ordinance change, and this one.
It requires an ordinance change. Is that what you said?
In order to accomplish that, and that's something the council would have to discuss. So, okay. All right, but we'll let them know we hear them. All right.
Well, I was just asked to bring it to you
Yeah,
guys, so,
I
you
got
know.
Okay. That doesn't mean it can't be done.
I understand.
We'll discuss it. We'll discuss it at some point. Okay. CT1.
Monthly Treasurer's Report for the month ending September 30th, 2012.
Receive and file. CT2.
And the gross investment in $66. Housing Authority, $100,136. Public Finance Authority, $13,469,399. Total funds under management, $205,652. And also, I would like to mention that the bank failures was just one bank failure that's happened in Missouri, 12/14, $42.8 million in assets.
Excuse me, Madam City Clerk, Mr. Mayor. I was just notified that Ms. Brown's microphone is not on.
Yeah, the mic was not on. Sorry. And the bank failures again was one bank that failed in Missouri, and that was on the weekend of 12/14, with assets of $42.8 million. And the FDIC brings that to $10.4 million for the total for this year. So 51 banks have failed us for this year. And again, the unpaid bailout money by recipients is roughly 300 and have not paid their TARP is 324. Most of them are the smaller banks. And the California banks is 28. So that's $11 billion. And the bills that was paid for the month of November is $11.7 million. And net payroll 2.6, and the gross payroll 14.3. And for December thus far, it's been 4.5 total bills paid, and the net payroll 1.2, and the total thus far is 5.7 million. And with regards to, I got information regarding the LA Fire Department payments. Thus far for this year, fiscal year has been $2.6 million. For the fiscal year 11-12, it was $9.9 million. And for 2010-11, that was $8.2 million. And also, I want to remind the public also regarding the free but limited income tax preparation for those residents that live in Inglewood. Thus far, I have got a number of calls from those that do live in Los Angeles, and I am licensed and bonded. And again, I want to thank Chairman Jerome Harden for the earned tax credit that he had, a letter he sent regarding that, and to partner with him regarding the volunteer income tax service. And I want to thank Councilman Franklin, who did bring forth the resolution. I was about to bring forth it also, but he beat me to the punch. But anyhow, it has been done, and that's the good thing. And also, I would like to conclude my reports with a little poem regarding Christmas. It was towards the month before Christmas when all through our land not a Christian was praying, nor taking a stand. The reason for Christmas no one could say. The children were told by their schools not to sing about shepherds, wise men, and angels and things. It might hurt people's feelings, the teachers would say. December 25th is just another holiday. Yet the shoppers was ready with cash, checks, and credit, pushing folks down to the floor just to get it. The iPads, smartphones galore. Something was changing, something quite odd. Retailers promoted Ramadan and Kwanzaa in hopes to sell books by Franklin and Fonda. As Targets was hanging their trees upside down, at Lowe's the word Christmas was nowhere to be found. And at Staples and Sears, you would not hear the word Christmas touch your ears. At the top of the United States Senate, there arose such a chatter to eliminate Jesus in all public matter. And we spoke not a word as they took away our faith, forbidden to speak of salvation and grace. The true gift of Christmas was exchanged and discarded. The reason for the season stopped before it started. So as you celebrate winter break under your dream tree, sipping your Starbucks, listen to me. Choose your words carefully. Choose what you say. Shout Merry Christmas, not Happy Holiday. Jesus is the reason for the season. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Public comment, any person wish to address the city
We have
council?
one item, Mayor, the council initiative.
No. CI1, I'm sorry.
Initiative by Councilmember Franklin recommending the adoption of a resolution supporting the earned tax credit and volunteer income tax assistance program.
Move approval.
Second, 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay.
5 minutes for comment.
May I go first?
Yes,
All right, thank you. Absolutely. Well, thank you. First of all, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our board member, who's actually the chair of the California State Board of Equalization in District 4, to introduce this information to me, and then had his representative here today, Mr. Gilbert Carrillos, who expounded on the benefit for this community on how we can improve our quality of life in this economy. Along with the California State Board of Equalization and the Franchise Tax Board, they're offering for 2013 free voluntary income tax assistance program for residents in City of Inglewood that has a income $1,000 or less to be able to apply not only for your regular tax, but also you may be eligible to earn the income tax credit. Now, I do want to correct my written report I submitted to you, because I had referenced that the impact would affect approximately 3,000 in the state, throughout the state of California, but the true essence is 284,000 that it would impact, and particularly in the city of Inglewood, over 10,000 residents currently that meet that threshold that can apply and would be eligible for this assistance. Knowing that it would create additional discretionary income into their pockets into the tune of somewhere of $5,891, this would then give us an opportunity to have that money respent back into our own community, our own city, which will help boost our tax dollars and our sales base. That's why you heard Mr. Carrillo also acknowledge that it is anticipated by the California State Board of Equalization and Franchise Tax Board, that just in the city of Inglewood alone, it could generate nearly $23 million in sales alone, to the point that we would net somewhere around $1.8 million in tax revenue, which is additional funding that we've been looking for. So I reach out to my colleagues and ask for their support in adopting this resolution. So our goal is to promote it, to get the word out to those that are eligible, to identify that it's also available. And finally, I would acknowledge that they also have additional family services that they provide along with this free tax prep. They will provide medical health screenings, low to no cost for health insurance for children and adults, low cost auto insurance, financial literacy programs, and job training. So I reach out for my colleagues in support of this resolution. Thank you, Mayor.
Comment? Madam City Clerk.
I'm sorry. Council members Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Any persons wishing to address City Council on any matter connected with city business not elsewhere considered may do so at this time.
Okay, hi everybody. Please forgive me. I'm really nervous. I'm not a front type person. I'm here as a concerned, hurt parent, which I have questions on, and I've gone everywhere I possibly can to get some answers as to a situation that occurred here in the city of Inglewood that involved my son. Okay. It was a really bad situation that almost resulted in a fatality of his life. The thing to that was during the whole course of the incident, as we were talking to various witnesses, they said that they called the police, and the police didn't respond until much later after the incident. Okay. And because of that, he now has a lot of permanent injuries. But the person who did this to him was never questioned, never arrested, in which I asked why the police. And forgive me if I cry because I'm still angry about the situation. And to see my son the way he is, it hurts me. Okay? But I talked to as many police or people as I could, and nobody can give me any answers. I come here before the council.
Ma'am?
To find out why the police took long to respond. Okay, number one. Number two, the person or people that did this to him, okay, like I said, was never questioned, never arrested. But at each given point, they continue to file, and I don't know if false police reports, I'm sure they cost the city money. I'm not sure about that part. But they continue to file false police reports against him to where the police have to arrest him. And there's various times the witnesses that people say he wasn't there, but they arrest him and they won't go after the person who did this to him. So I'm wondering and asking if the council, and back up for a second, I agree where they said installing cameras, on various light posts. I think it should be done in residences as well. But why, if the council can help me to find out why the police didn't respond until later, and now he has multiple permanent injuries, and why can we step the police up and say, hey, look, we got this call, let's get there quick.
Ma'am, do me a favor. Would you give your name and address, the name of your son, and your phone number to the
I'm listening.
I'm sorry. To the police officer, so that we can pull the reports and see what did or did not happen?
I will do that, sir. I called Seabrooks, No, I don't even know who Steve Brooks. I heard that it's a captain, but I never saw or spoke to them.
That was Chief C. Brooks. But ma'am, if you
Yeah,
just do that for me, I'd appreciate it.
I will.
Okay.
I will do that.
Okay.
Please help me, because I need justice for him.
Okay, all right, ma'am.
Please.
Yes, ma'am. Any further public comment? Please, folks.
Well, in light of everything, I just want to say to everybody, please, everybody, if you're going out of town, be safe. Have a Merry Christmas. Enjoy your New Year. May everything that you hope, wish, and contend for, may it come true. And everybody, we say this in Jesus' name, amen. Good night and good vacations.
Well, council members, as the year end comes, I cannot help but notice that there's going to be several days that there will not be anyone in City Hall. And I think you could have probably planned that a little better. But somehow I have only the expectation that you would wish we wouldn't show up at all, and you could just go off and be on your cruises, and we'd mail you a check somewhere. Because it was very clear today, most of you were not interested in being here. And that's sad. Now, it is also pathetic and sickening to me that when any of us are here, we pay absolute devotion to those clocks. But when you decided you were going for a break, you forgot how a clock worked and actually came back early. Wow. That's pretty sad. And I can't help but notice that for some reason, it's clear to all of us out here that there is only a selected quorum, selected, that you will function with, and that's not how it should be. Anytime there are 4 people here, business should go on as usual. And it's unfortunate that at least 2 of you seem to be completely devoted and tied to someone else, that you can't function without him. That's how it looks like. And that's really sad. And as you sit here and try to, from this side, we can see when one person over here is talking, y'all look like you're not paying attention, or you're trying to figure out how to combat what the other person is saying. None of these meetings should be taken on walking over here, this one walking over there. Everything for city business should be on a microphone that every member of this public can hear. And you know that whole ordinance thing, we've been there, done that. We did it through, what was it? Eccles and Dorn and Vincent and golly. Every time an election comes up, we decide seniors suddenly matter and can only have a meeting during the day. But you notice most of the seniors who come here in the evening, I don't think there's, 4 of us who are not seniors who come at night? Maybe? And having said that, I would hope that you have the courtesy to honor, when I return, Elton Boone, who passed away at the age of 93, served in the 243rd Squadron as a dive bomber pilot in the Solomon Islands, a long-term resident of this community, graduated class of 36, was an attorney on Market Street. Now, it's really sad that most of you don't know he had a distinguished service record. And when presented with that option to recognize him at the centennial, that was declined. How pathetic. Someone can serve, get a distinguished cross, 20 flights, and we won't even acknowledge him. What does that say about you?
My name is Willie A.G., and I live in the beautiful city of Inglewood. I want to congratulate council selecting best I've seen in this. I pay close attention. You have someone in public work knows what they're doing and explain what they're doing. That's something else. 3 people up there. I'm pretty sure you were the 3 that selected. We have an interim police chief. I've been working with him, and he's been working with me in the parks. I'm telling you, yeah, these parks are changed. I just want to commend him for the work that he's done. I understand that we had over a year's time, $5 million in overtime, and he's brought that down to $1 million. I'm telling you, that is something. And you know what? I hope, I really want to recommend this man, this police chief, permanent police chief of the city. What he has done, you know, for this city. I've had police chiefs here before that, hey, I tried to work with, never could get anything. Go to Rogers Park. Look at Councilman Morales' park. Look at it. Look at the changes. That's what I call progress. I would love to see you people just keep putting people on representing this city that'll do the job, regardless of race, creed, or color. Martin Luther King said that. He's the man. So just do what's right. I like the way this city is going now. I appreciate the people up there. I even appreciate the councilman from the 2nd and 1st District. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fisher.
I have on my mind, and one of those, as Mr. Agee just alluded to, was when will you begin to name the candidates for police chief? In a long time. You had this people talking about traffic control up here. I wanted to bring to your consideration that at the corner of 8th Avenue and Crenshaw, that people coming south on Crenshaw at 8th Avenue, they make left-hand turns there, and when they do, it's cause for an accident. I would ask you to consider maybe making a no left turn there as they're coming south at Crenshaw. At 8th Avenue there, if you would look at it, you might see the problem.
What was that intersection again?
8th Avenue and Crenshaw South.
Oh,
yes,
we're dead ends there.
Yes, sir. If you would at least consider that. And as I'm talking about that, you know, I don't know why, but we constantly have a problem with that light there at Crenshaw and 8th Avenue, and it's always going out, and then it's just blinking. And people sometimes are respectful and wait for the other person. But there's a turn, there's a corner there.
Is that late at night when it does that?
Those are both day and night.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It was out yesterday. I don't know if it's been repaired by now, hopefully. As to my question, Mayor, and you answered that there are $320,000 for repairs of handicap access there. That didn't answer.
It actually it wasn't explicit. It said street paving and curbs. So yeah. I don't know how many curbs. I imagine.
I just wonder. Yeah, okay.
I imagine it was written to be flexible so that there could be judgments issued. Okay. I didn't. The information I got was just that way.
Yeah. Well, those were some of my concerns for now. I wish you all a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, if I don't see you between now and then. And you guys look forward to the New Year.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Fisher. Hope you're feeling better.
Gil Matthew, District 4, Mayor and City Council. On that fencing, I think that's only applied to successor agency properties that's been approved in the ROPS. In fact, on Century, and where you have one fenced in, that's the most beautiful property I've ever seen since I've been here. It's all green, looks like a park across from Hollywood Park. I've never seen it like that. It's beautiful. Anyway, the Chief Financial Officer, I would request that he give this council the audits since Simpson and Simpson did the original audit and all of the audits since then. And I would urge each one of these council members to review those audits. There's a lot of discrepancies. Here you have a promissory note for $1 million given to Vons many, many years ago at 7.5% interest. And that has ballooned up to $6.5 million. And now what you have now in the ROPS, 1.5. What happened to the other money? Same thing at the Costco site. See, it's not mismanagement. It's a lack of posting and errors. And it needs to be corrected. Now, the audit Simpson did was the most accurate audit this city ever had. And what they did with the audits, they stuck it in the corner for 6 to 8 months. And then accused the accountant of being late and not completing audits. Anyway, I'm sorry my time is running out. But anyway, we need to, and then transfer tax is different if it's assessed value or appraisal value. So those are two different things. He meant it assessed value, but it's two different values. On replacement housing, are we required to replace 1,600 units of replacement housing? And here again, this. Where are we going to get $750 million payable all the way from 2013 to 2036? And where are we going to get the obligation outstanding? $360 million. Add that up, the city is in hock for $1 billion.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew.
And residents,
Mr. Matthew.
if not you, then who? It's time for action.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And if not now, when?
Okay, we're gonna. Well, they got to change the tape.
Well, you know
we got
what,
2 minutes.
folks?
Okay, we've got 2 minutes before they change the tape. Go.
Okay. I just wanted to say thank you, Madam Treasurer, for that refreshing bit of political incorrectness. Merry Christmas to all. And yes, happy holidays for folks who may not share my faith. And it's supposed to be peace on earth and goodwill to men. And with that, you folks enjoy your holiday. Rest up, heal up, girdle up, because next year it's going to be a son of a gun, I have a feeling. So people take care of yourselves. Good night.
Carol, so
Good day.
We can either adjourn the meeting or recess and come back for comments. What's the will of the council?
I thought we had to go to closed session.
I know, but what I'm saying as far as the tape, the tape's going to have to change.
Well, that's why we just recess a closed session, let them change the tape, and then we'll come back from closed session.
Okay, we'll recess now, and we can go and go to close. All right.